Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome once again to the homeland of Bolivar and Chavez. We send you warm hugs from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Simon Bolivar Institute, the People's Power organized on the streets. We once again receive you with open arms on a special day. This is not just another event, it is an encounter that we are providing in the framework of a struggle, and it is an honor to have you here in our country. We thank you for your commitment, your militancy. So, you deserve this big round of applause because we know that you spent hours flying after everything you've done with thousands of people who'd like to be with us today and are surely connected remotely. So we thank you for your day-to-day effort, not only with Venezuela but also with peace to make humanity more human. It is one of the greatest challenges we have today, and that's why we have a few simultaneous plenaries that will allow us to continue building a common agenda not only for Latin America but also for the world. Laura Salcedo and me will be accompanying you today. And we cannot forget, of course, the movement of women that are here with us. So let's give them a round of applause. Women that are at the vanguard of the Bolivarian Revolution. So we are honored to share our experiences, our struggles, our sacrifices in order to continue building our Latin American homeland that's so needed in these moments of siege and imperial attacks, not only for Venezuela but also for the whole region. And we must also remember that the solidarity of a peoples is important. We must share our voice with the people of Palestine that are suffering from a genocide, and we will always demand its end. We will be covering a few important issues that are being already mentioned in the framework of the recent publishing of the Declaration of the Security Doctrine of the US through neo-colonization and the remodeling of the Monroe Doctrine. First, we have migration that has been suffered deeply by Venezuela and the criminalization of migrants, attempting to use migration as a narrative to create files against our countries. In our case in Venezuela, it is a narrative that has translated into the mobilization of troops and vessels. Now we have the defense of migrant rights versus xenophobia and other similar expressions. Then we have the union of the peoples of the global south, how important unity is, how to build it, how to have a common agenda and bring it forward in order to face the expansion of fascism and the doctrine of aggression from allied countries. And we will also talk about the wonderful generation versus the label of the Gen Z, the attacks and non-conventional warfare against our youth, how to dismantle the narrative of the youth that's believed to be violent, when instead we have a creative, wonderful youth. Each of our speakers will have 15 minutes to speak. We will indicate when you have 1 minute left, and at the end of the plenary, we will have contributions from international guests on the audience, and they are oriented to present proposals that's been shared. You can scan the QR code and upload all contributions, proposals, and comments. Therefore, any contribution, suggestion, comment will have its due space in the systematization for such an important document that will be
Bueno, compañeras, compañeros, con esta bienvenida entonces vamos a dar inicio al primer tema, defensas de los derechos de los migrantes versus supremacismo, xenofobia y otras expresiones similares. Para recordarles que el compañero va a estar indicándoles cuando vayan agotando su tiempo, son 15 minutos, bienvenidos. Hoy más que nunca la lucha contra la criminalización de las y los migrantes es una lucha completamente antiimperialista. La situación de la migración forzada es un síntoma de este sistema decadente que estamos enterrando en América Latina y en otras latitudes del mundo. Así vamos a iniciar con la compañera Camila Fabri. Ella es presidenta de la Gran Misión Vuelta a la Patria. Todo nuestro reconocimiento y cariño por esa gran labor. Es una profesional con formación en economía, comunicación digital, materias clásicas. Es una defensora de los derechos humanos. Actualmente es viceministra de Relaciones Exteriores para la Comunicación Internacional de Venezuela. Y también se desempeñó en la liberación del
International Communications, and she was in charge of defending the kidnapped diplomat Alex Saab. Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings to all the authorities here, both national and international, friends, comrades. I would also like to greet the team of the Vice Ministry of International Communications, as well as the team of the Great Mission going back to our homeland. We open this space that's looking to discuss ideas that defend the existence of our human right, having the right to a dignified migration versus the global supremacism that's attempting to erase human rights and social movements in the world. Thank you for accompanying me in this theme table. We have some friends from Russia. Here we have Timofey from Global Fact Checking Network from Russia. I would also like to thank the presence of another comrade from the same platform, Global Fact Checking Network, Daniel Bisingler, also from Russia. He's accompanying us. We also have Victor Raúl Corredor Cuellar, the National Coordinator of Frontiers, Borders and Migration from Colombia. And I have a special guest that I will introduce to you afterwards. He's called Norberto. He will speak for 5 minutes afterwards. As I was saying, the peoples of the world have always migrated, and that's why humanity has advanced slowly, walking. And what has changed and what we must denounce is that migration has become a weapon of the geopolitics of imperialism, a mechanism that's designed to break economies, divide societies, and punish everyone that's not willing to subjugate. When we talk about Venezuelan migration, we must talk about a historical courage because Venezuela went through a migrant crisis that was not natural. It was a planned aggression. Blockades, unilateral coercive measures, so called sanctions, freezing assets, psychological warfare, financial sabotaging. Fruit that had negative consequences for our migrants being imprisoned just for being migrants, people that have been sentenced to crimes just because they had tattoos and cataloged as members of Tren de Aragua, Latin brothers that were working on their migration processes in the US that were expelled. We, in our plan going back to our homeland, we have met Venezuelans that were living in the US for over 30 years and they were expelled under the claim that they were criminals. And of course, they came here with no family, no uh, economic means, sorry. And of course, we have also seen how our children, teenagers, have been imprisoned. Just a few weeks ago, I welcomed a teenager that was 15 years old and spent 6 months in prison with other criminals. And she was there during 6 months. And I saw her return as a miracle. We also have the cases of children and teenagers that were given to families and I'm talking about multiple families because they went from family to family once their fathers were expelled, and they are hard to find because then these families
Al colegio. Ellos esperaban que su mamá o su papá lo recogieran en el colegio y nadie fue porque su papá y su mamá fueron secuestrados brutalmente por el ICE. También tenemos personas que fueron condenadas y llevadas al campo de concentración llamado Secot en El Salvador, entre otros. Y aquí tenemos a algunos de los 252 sobrevivientes, aquí entre nosotros, que fueron rescatados por el presidente Nicolás Maduro Moros. También tú, Norberto, levántate, también tú eres uno de los sobrevivientes que ha sido rescatado. Ellos, una vez que llegaron a Venezuela, relataron las cantidades de violaciones a las que fueron sometidos en el Secot. Fueron llevados allá, hacinados en un campo de concentración, en una cárcel de máxima peligrosidad, fuera de cualquier marco legal, fuera de cualquier acuerdo internacional, fuera de cualquier lógica. Este ciclo de crueldad no es casual, esta es una doctrina. Pero el supremacismo no tiene vergüenza en sus acciones. El premio del Nobel de la Paz se lo están entregando a una de las principales promotoras de la separación de familias, de la xenofobia y del odio. Y este odio es la única promesa cumplida por la extrema derecha, más nada. Sin embargo, aún con todo en contra todo pronóstico, este año 2025 hemos logrado, gracias al lineamiento del presidente Nicolás Maduro Moros, hemos logrado el rescate, el retorno seguro y digno al país de más de 18.783 personas en 97 vuelos. Se han rescatado 70 niños y niñas venezolanas que estaban secuestrados y separados de sus padres en Estados Unidos. La orden del presidente Nicolás Maduro ha sido clara. Hagan lo imposible, lo impensable y lo inimaginable. Tráiganlo de vuelta a todos. Y nosotros así traeremos a todos los niños que nos faltan, a los 85 niños que todavía nos faltan por traer a Venezuela. Esta es la política del presidente Nicolás Maduro. Esta es la esencia de nuestra revolución y por esto cada retorno es una victoria moral de nuestro pueblo. El migrante no es mercancía, el migrante no es una amenaza. Migrar no es un delito, migrar es un derecho. Por esto yo propongo
Russia, historically, we've also had migrants from the regions nearby, and we always treated them with respect.
And we were sharing our values. Nonetheless, through the existence of our country, there was also another phenomenon that always existed. These are the forces, the external forces that want to polarize and fracture our society. These were the forces that were creating the interethnical violence. Their objective was to disintegrate our country. And until now, one of the objectives of our so-called European partners, and they sometimes are called our mortal partners. So one of their pastimes is to paint a map of Russia divided into small countries. And this is a controlled process directed that is not casual or that doesn't happen just by chance. Behind that process, there are forces with the strategic objective of disintegrating our country. We have learned to combat that situation. We have learned how to live with this, and we have learned how to counteract this. Nonetheless, this required lots of effort by the citizens of our country. In the 90s, we had groups that promoted ethnic hatred. But now, 30 years later, we can say with certainty that any attempt to create hatred will be repressed and stopped in its very inception. Nonetheless, sometimes you and I and we have the same adversaries. And they know very well that nationalism, interethnic nationalism, and discrimination based on ethnicity is a very efficient tool against a country. Sadly, we see how in South America they are trying to apply this same tool. sowing problems between the countries of the Latin American continent. Only by working together and with a joint vision of several countries, we can solve this problem or help solve this problem. We always considered that one country cannot interfere in the sovereignty of another one. They cannot interfere in their domestic political affairs. And they should not use this type of practices which are not correct to decide for other peoples how they must live their lives. And that is why we're very happy to share the experience that we have, including the experience of the struggle against the fakes and misinformation. Fake news, he meant, so that we can defend the integrity of Venezuelan society. Together, we are a force and we will prevail. We will prevail. We're not only joined by the same enemy, but also the sense of joy and our humor. I would like to ask our friend who supported us with the translation to stay. Thank you very much for helping us before, and now we will be listening to Danny Bisilinger. He's the vice president of the International Association of Data Verification. He graduated at the Linguistics University of Moscow, and he works at the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Russia, including one of the missions of Russia in Berlin. He is currently the president of the International Association of Data Verification. Welcome.
Greetings, friends. They have just informed us that the hackers from CIA have cut the cables of the translation booth. That's why I ask a round of applause for Dimitri who's translating. Thank you for inviting us to participate in this discussion. This is my first journey to the Latin American region, and it is a great honor to start my knowledge regarding Latin America here in Caracas. As it was said, I have lived throughout my life working in the international spheres. And when I realized that the issue of today's discussion was migrants and xenophobia, I immediately made a relation between what I had done in my life and this topic. I am currently representing the International Association of Fact Checking. Briefly, I can summarize that we are in charge of the following. In the morning, we wake up and we ask ourselves, which other weird thing has appeared on the internet in which the whole world will believe? Sometimes misinformation is diffused much more quickly than the messages that our colleagues and me share. So, anyways, I would like to relate the concepts of truth and disinformation with migration and xenophobia. Because today's youth is at the front of information warfare. And we think that we must support the youth in a proper manner, which can make them the biggest defense in that information warfare. I am now going to share some facts in this context. Up to 70% of our youngsters in the world build their vision of the world on the basis of what they see on social media. Another fact: false information is distributed 6 times quicker than truthful news. And I would like to ask you a question. What do you think? How many people today have left their countries of origin? Please, how many? My number. Tell me a number in the world. How many million? Would anyone else try to give the correct answer? Well, it's closer to the correct answer. We're talking about 280 million people. And this is the biggest number in the whole history of humanity. But there's an interesting fact. The majority of people usually increase and exaggerate the percentage of migrants in their countries. And this difference between reality and perception is precisely the space in which our enemies or adversaries are sowing xenophobia. That's why it is so important to to correctly interpret this misinformation and the attempts to manipulate young minds. including our children. And of course, senior citizens that are very sensitive to misinformation. And why it's important to work with the youth because they are growing up in the digital sphere. We call them digital native people, and they usually share information faster, sorry, than other groups of our population, and because they are the ones that have a bigger influence in their friends and family groups. There was a study in Latin American countries which indicated that over 60% of youngsters are sure that they can distinguish between fake news and true information. And the same study also indicated that at least once a month the same participants share fake news. This means that security in what you can do is not the important thing, but the capacity to do so. That's why we're doing so much to work with our youth. For example, in India, there are 600 million people that are below 20 years old. The Youth Democratic Federation has 500 million youngsters. In Nigeria, there are 150 million youngsters. All of them have smartphones and they are constantly receiving information. Therefore, we are teaching the youth to verify their sources so they can identify emotional manipulation attempts. And we also teach them to think for a while before sharing information. And it is important to guide themselves upon the following principles. If you wouldn't teach or send something to your grandmother, you shouldn't resend it to other people. That's where they usually use emotional manipulation because xenophobia is never based on statistics. It is always based upon tragic emotional stories and sometimes even made up stories.
So, the most frequent motto is that migrants are taking away our jobs. And also, migrants are responsible for crimes, for all crimes. Nonetheless, international studies show that many times migrants strengthen the economies and there's no relation between the increase in crime and migration. So, when we are asked what can be done to combat fake news or fake informations, some say that we should close internet and eliminate smartphones, or even forbid sending messages to your boyfriend or to your ex-boyfriend at 3 a.m. But we understand that that is impossible. In reality, what we must do is strengthen the sovereignty, the cognitive sovereignty of the youngsters and their immunity to these lies. It is important that the new generation takes the responsibility for their homeland in their hands. We must create opportunities so that migrants can tell their own histories, and the important thing is that if this information loses its strength, xenophobia won't be strong either. Let's be friends and let's work together and let's say no to xenophobia. Thank you, Mr. Vasily, for his presentation. And I think that again, we must give a round of applause to Dimitri for his efforts. And to the whole team, the translation team who has been working in this event. The CIA may not have cut the cables, but they have done their work to stop uh, this event from happening. So we have heard from our speakers about different tools for for the proposals to avoid migration to become a non-conventional tool for warfare, and how this is combined with different policies for extermination, the persecution, racism, discrimination that migrants experience in the world are expressed or created in specific policies, which are criminal policies. And the world must raise its voice and gather in the plans that we are going to build. Those victims have faces, they are not just numbers. It's not just 3% of the world population, or 200 and something million, or 300 and something million that can be migrating in the world. It's a reality that has faces, and it's sometimes the faces of children and adolescents. And we are now going to be listening to their testimonies, and we have here Víctor Raúl Corredor Cuellar, who is the National Coordinator of Borders in Colombia, and he is a social manager, and he works on marginalized communities for the promotion of their rights. His commitment is based on his experience as a victim of the Colombian conflict, and this led him to be a refugee in Venezuela. That is why he has specific knowledge on forced displacement and the challenges that migrants face and refugees face. Welcome. Well, good afternoon. First of all, I was surprised that I had the opportunity to share the space with this illustrious panel. For me, this is an honor to be here addressing all of you with the objective of sharing my experience. First of all, I would like to thank the Simon Bolivar Institute and Blanca Eckhout, its director, my comrade, for giving me this opportunity. I also would like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Minister Ivan Gil. There are many faces here that I know and who know me and know my background, my trajectory, and my commitment with this process and with the revolutionary processes, not only in Venezuela, but all around Latin America and the world. We are here within the framework of the People's Assembly, and as such, as people, I address you. Migration is old, it's not new, it's historical. Since the dawn of mankind, this has been a phenomenon that has existed. And in the latest years and with the new technologies, as our Russian friend just mentioned, there have been changes in the behavior to try to discuss what migration is. Those who have spoken before me have already said many of the times, many of the things I wanted to say. Migration has been used as a tool for warfare, and it's part of the struggle of classes also. Migration calls for our reflection in this space. Each and every one of us can give our ideas, bring our ideas on how to improve the situation of migration. Migration has different characteristics. There are different types of displacements, and there are different styles according to the specific situation of each country. It is no secret for you that Colombia suffers violence and has suffered it since April 9th, 1948, when Jorge Eliezer Gaitan was murdered by the American Empire. That is a situation that hasn't been solved. In Colombia, that has created an outflow of Colombians. This warfare has created an outflow of Colombians, and we thank Venezuela because they have received us. They have received us with love and have opened opportunities for us. Because either we have come or have been displaced to different countries. We have organizations of Colombians in more than 30 countries, and I am part of that. And I want to share my experience about that. I want to explain to all of you why this is a class problem. This is a warfare laboratory that they are trying to implement to try to divide us, to try to fractionate or separate the unity of the family. The person who is seeking refuge, the one who is displaced, suffers. And the links with his family or her family are broken. And many times we feel abandoned and sad, not because of the governments who offer that possibility, but because of the fact that the family unit is broken. That is what we need to try to avoid, which is something that the United States is doing now with against Venezuela. It's no secret, and we have said this publicly, that the migration in Venezuela was induced, provoked by the US empire and its lackeys in Venezuela who are traitors against Venezuela. Which are the causes of migration, of this migration? That we don't have opportunities, that we are sometimes persecuted because we come from struggle processes, we come from social vindication processes, because we are aiming for our dignity, we want to live a better life, we want to overcome our situations, and that leads to persecution. And specifically, I speak about the case of Colombia, something that does not happen here in Venezuela. So, in this situation, we want to talk about the rights of migrants, and we need to place our hand in our hearts. This is a humanism problem. This is a sense of belonging problem. This is a problem about the rights, because it is a right that is enshrined for humans. But we are persecuted, we are attacked, and the possibility to improve our lives is taken away from us, and they divide the peoples. Look at what happened before Gustavo Petro became president of Colombia. I am part of the national direction of the party of Gustavo Petro. I am the national coordinator of Colombia Humana. I requested many times and struggled for that office because I know and understand what the issue of the division of peoples represents. We are one people, not forced to become part of the dynamic or the dialectic that they want to impose on us. That is why I believe that we need to listen to one another, because each and every one of you, or some of you at least, have suffered this problem of displacement, of migration. I was fortunate enough to be from a city that is close to the border. I come from Cucuta. I have family here. I have Venezuelan sons and daughters. I have other people in my family who are here in Venezuela. And that hasn't been the same situation for many Colombians who have come to Venezuela. Neither has it been the case for Venezuelans who have been in Colombia, who are being exploited. The technique of domination that they want to impose is to create free or cheap labor so that they can earn a better surplus or a higher surplus. Because any migrant around the world will work for very little money. They will go with the first person that offers them money. That is the truth. So I consider that it is important when when I arrived to this room, I said that I wasn't going to give a huge speech because my experience, or the one that I have had, helps to reflect, to make each and every one of you reflect. The truth is that we were forced to come here because we are convinced that the struggle belongs to the people. If the peoples do not organize, we will always be subjected. And many years ago, with the sword of Bolivar, we became independent, and we want to search for our second independence, so that the Latin American people knows that we are not willing to continue being under the boot of the American empire. Alert, the sword of Bolivar goes around Latin America. Long live Chavez. Long live the homeland. Long live Pedro. So, with that feeling that you just expressed, we are bound to support the Bolivarian process, and we salute and value the effort that this government makes with the Vuelta a la Patria plan, back to homeland plan. Sadly, my dear friends, communication or media outlets do not say that the people are returning. There were always histories covering when they were leaving Venezuela, those Venezuelans who were walking towards Bogota, towards Cali, and now they don't say anything because they know we are defeating them. So it is hard, my dear friends. It's hard to be a migrant, but it is a right that we have acquired. And the only way to declare the end of migration is to eliminate borders so that we are all free. It's the only way to eliminate an argument from the American empire because they want to exploit us and they want to dominate us. So, my dear friends, the truth is that I would like to say from my own experience what I have felt, but I cannot explain it the same way that someone who has been in Costa Rica can, or the same way as someone who is in Australia can, because fortunately Venezuela is a humanist country, it's a humanitarian country. So the perspective of other peoples, other migrants who are in other parts of the world is completely different than mine. I am fortunate enough to be able to say that because I was here in Venezuela. I am a Venezuelan. I studied here in Venezuela thanks to an agreement between the governments. My time is over, but I still have things to say. I just want to say that you should take in your hearts and in your intentions the value of what the Bolivarian people represents. A dignified people, a humanitarian people, just like the Cuban people. We stand in resistance, a Bolivarian embrace. In Bolivar, we get together.
Yes, in Bolivar we found ourselves, and the peace in Venezuela is a piece of Colombia and vice versa. Sisterhood nations in our history, and we are in a common South that we hope to build. In this collective agenda, in this encounter of many we will continue organizing in the future. We also have another testimony that's related to the story of youngsters that were kidnapped by the US. With the complicity of the government of El Salvador in Secot 252 youngsters that were rescued because of the love of its people, the willingness of of their families, and of course the commitment of our President Nicolás Maduro, the President of Peace. So now we welcome Norberto Rafael Aguilar Rodriguez, one of the youngsters that left the horrors of El Salvador and is now reunited with his family thanks to a revolution that protects the Bolivarian families of Venezuela. Good afternoon, my name is Norberto Rodriguez. I am one of the rescued youngsters, and I am here representing these 252 youngsters. This was literally the most horrible day for me as a migrant, as a Venezuelan. We were threatened. We were kicked. I was kicked in my head. I was shot in the leg. And they would hit us every single day and would threaten us with never returning to Venezuela. And when we arrived there, they told us, "Welcome to the cemetery of the living and the dead, where you will never eat chicken nor meat again. And thank you, because you were the ones that were on streets, that were raising your voices to rescue those who were there. Thank you to Camila, to Mr. Angel, to the people of the committees, and everyone that went out to the streets and represented us on our behalf. I am here representing the 252 Venezuelans, and I am thankful with the Venezuela we'll love, the Venezuela of peace, the Venezuela that President Nicolás Maduro is taking on the right path. I was one of the Venezuelans that left the country, and I said that in a conversation with Mayor Carmes Melendez, and today I can say that Venezuela will stay here, and I will stay here with Venezuela. When I was in El Salvador, I was just praying to God to take care of us, to share their divine light with us, because we didn't even know what time it was. They gave us the same food every single day, and we couldn't even talk. And it is a room in which you can only breathe through a tube. They would force us to be on the floor. They would kick us, our hands were bleeding, and female officers would kick us every single day. So I would like to remind you that that being a migrant is not a crime, and Venezuela will receive you with open arms, breathing fresh air, looking at the people on the streets. And although sometimes I am afraid of leaving my home because I am terrified, I am filled with pain of going to sleep and not being able to actually. Sorry. I just still remember the things I went through in that horrible place. And although I feel this way, I will not rest until those families that have children kidnapped in the US by President Donald Trump are taken back to Venezuela, are free again, because there are many children that are there. And I am not talking only on my behalf, but on their behalf, because they are Venezuelans. They were born in our homeland. And we, as people, as humans, must go out to the streets so they can free those children, those babies, to reunite with their families, thanks to plan coming back to your homeland. And I just want to ask you, no matter if it is through social media, on the radio, on TV, if you want to have an interview with me, I am willing to do so because we must continue denouncing what happened. There must be a sentence, and I would like to request the International Criminal Court in The Hague to take this case and make it a worldwide case because we Venezuelans were physically and emotionally mistreated. We were hit, we were shot, we had broken legs, arms, and now we're here in Venezuela, and sometimes we don't even want to leave our rooms. My father sometimes tell me, "Well, let's go downtown," and sometimes I am afraid to of leaving my home because I had never been in prison before, and not even in such a dangerous place like Secat. We were hit every single day. They would give us food that was decomposing. They would hit us if we took a shower, if we talked to a colleague. I don't think people, not even people in El Salvador, know what's happening there. I remember it was May the 12th, Mother's Day. We were praying. There were around 700 people, and the officers entered and they wanted to hit all of us because we were praying for our mothers because it was Mother's Day. And since May the 12th until May 16, we were hit over and over and over again. I don't know how they realized that Red Cross had arrived in El Salvador and they stopped beating us the day Red Cross came to visit, and they reminded us that we had to be faithful, and they told us that President Nicolas Maduro was going to bring us back to Venezuela, and it was just a matter of days so we would leave that place. When we arrived in Maiquetía airport, we were welcomed with Diosdado Cabello, with many organizations of the Revolutionary Party of Venezuela. And even today, we're being treated as human beings, what we are, Venezuelans. The people that's welcoming us today with open arms. So thanks to you once again. Thank you to President Nicolas Maduro for everything he has done, and to all of those that are going to be brought back once again to Venezuela. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Norberto. They will never take away our dignity. I would like for us to shout as loud as possible the motto, migrating is not a crime. Migrating is not a crime. Here you have the strength of the Venezuelan people. All of you can count on us. Migrating is not a crime. Kidnapping is. Let us now listen to a video. Let us now listen to a video. The salutation of Fatima Toussaint from Senegal. She is the representative of the Prime Minister of Senegal, and she sent us this video to be part of this event. Good morning, this is Fatima Toussaint from the PASTEF party, the Patriotic Party, the African Patriotic Party of Senegal. Our president is Usman Soto. Let's talk a little bit about human dignity. When Venezuelan citizens are separated when children are separated from their mothers, when they are kidnapped, when they humiliate hundreds of Venezuelans, it is not about human dignity only, but it about the dehumanization, the humiliation of the human person. What is happening can be seen every day by each and every one of us. We stand behind Venezuelans, and this happens also to the people from Senegal. The right to migrate has been recognized by the UN, and the threats, the foreign interference in domestic affairs of Venezuela is not right. It is, we can say, an aggression against human dignity. The human dignity includes respect for people and their protection against humiliation, discrimination, dehumanization. All human beings are born equal. No government has the right to decide or interfere in the domestic affairs of other government. To accuse an elected president of drug trafficking, to murder fishermen who are seeking their food, to murder those people under the pretext of them being drug dealers is against the dignity of Venezuelans and against the dignity of migrants. It is not about combating drug trafficking. It is not about struggling for freedom and for the safety of a nation. It is only a desire to show the world their supremacy, their lack of respect towards international law. The existence, the human existence must be respected and protected by all of us. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much to the representative of Senegal. And with her, we close this event on the defense of migrant rights against xenophobia and other similar expressions. And we would like to express the reflection on what migration is now, how migration is used as an unconventional tool in the non-conventional warfare against our countries. We would like to thank all the speakers in the panel. Would like to thank them for being part of this event, and we want to invite the speakers from the next table that talks about the unity of the Global South to join us in the scenario. We would like to remind you that we have two different debate topics, which is going to be unity and youth. Also, thank you, Camila. Thank you. We would like to thank the whole team for their efforts, for their reflection, and for all the information that we have had this afternoon. We would like to invite to this table on the unity of the Global South. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. So we would like to invite the next panel, A New World Order versus Imperialism and Neo-Fascism. Jorge Arriaza, director of the University of the Communes, a son of Chavez and a brother of ours. Also, Blanca Eckhout, MP and director of the Simon Bolivar Institute for Peace and Solidarity of the People. We would like to thank them because they are the heart and soul of this event. Adrian Pine. Adrian, are you here? If you would like to join us, please. Anthropologist and part of the coalition against the genocide in Palestine and Friends of the Hague. And we're also going to count on the online words of Gilberto Lopez y Rivas, anthropologist, writer, and Mexican journalist. Hibepsi Prab from the Socialist Movement of Ghana and director of Pan-Africa TV, and Ronald Lumumba, president of the Patricio Lumumba Foundation of the Democratic Republic of Congo. We would like to thank those who are present to join us here at the stage. We would like to remind you that all your proposals are important, and that at the beginning of at the entry there's a QR code, and you can make your proposals, observations through that channel. Remember that we are all protagonists in this event. We would also like to include Professor Diop from Mali. No? Yes. And this, so Pratt's not gonna be here. We are waiting for Blanca, but the rest of the speakers should please join us at the stage. Everyone can stand and we would like to remind you that we are going to be carrying out the table on unity of the Global South, a new world order against imperialism and neo-fascism, and then we would end the day on the genial generation, youth, sovereignty, and shared future, topics that are linked to the role of media outlets, not only in induced migration, but also in the division of families and in the attack against the youth. We will have spokespersons from the youth movements of Venezuela as well as from other countries so that we can have a wider view on the experiences of over 50 countries and over 500 international delegates. So we now have mm, mm. So let's start this new part of the debate. So let us start this second blog, Unity of the Peoples of the Global South, a New World Order versus Imperialism and Neo-Fascism. I would like to use this opportunity to salute those who are watching us live because I received a message that they were connected and we haven't said anything about them. So we are going to be thinking about the People's Assembly in this space because we have a joint story, a history, the history of the peoples of the Global South. It is a time to consolidate more than ever our resistance to conquer definitely the independence, or finally the independence of all our peoples, and to defeat with integration the imperial threat. We have here, first of all, Jorge Arriaza. Jorge is currently the Dean of the National University of the Communes. He is an internationalist, and he has had many important roles in our revolution. He has been Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Industries, has been Vice President of the Republic, and he has always been right next to the people in their struggles. So with him, we start with this topic.
Good afternoon, welcome. Welcome to the homeland of Simon Bolivar, which is your homeland. Because Bolivar, as the colleague from Colombia was saying, we find ourselves in Bolivar. With him we struggle, and with him we prevail. So welcome to such an important encounter for all of us. Precisely today is the 201 anniversary of the most impactful victory, which was the Battle of Ayacucho in Las Pampas in Peru, and was led in the distance by Liberator Simon Bolivar, but also with Antonio José de Sucre, a young Venezuelan man.
Aquí me va a notar que tiene mi carrera, mi camiseta, porque nosotros tenemos una historia
And here he is accompanying me here in the printing of my shirt. The more we study him, the more we go deeper in his history, more greatness and glory we're able to
y
find.
eso, ese ejército, el Ejército Unido del Sur, el Ejército Libertador, había un núcleo duro
And in that
de venezolanos
army
y venezolanas,
united, there was a group of
eran
Venezuelans,
casi 6.000
almost
ejércitos libres, solamente había
6,000
2.500
in
venezolanos
that
en ese
army,
momento,
with around
que eran el grupo más fuerte
2,500
que estaba
Venezuelans.
dentro de su ejército. Luego había colombianos en el sentido del neogranadino,
And there were
peruanos
Colombians in the
en
Neo
el territorio
Granadian
colonial
sense, Peruvians in the territory that was being freed, but there were also Chileans, North Americans, Central Americans, Argentinians,
ese ejército
Caribbean.
de Bolívar y Sucre fue la primera expresión
That army of
de la
Bolivar
unidad
and Sucre was
necesaria
the
para
first
lograr
expression
los
of the
triunfos
needed
que
unity
parecen
to
imposibles.
achieve
Si, nos
victories that seemed
hubiésemos
impossible.
limitado, si Bolívar se hubiese restringido a Venezuela,
If Bolivar
Granada
had
hubiera
only limited himself
nació
to
limitada,
Venezuela,
no hubiese
To Granada,
trascendido,
I think
pero él
we
nació
wouldn't have
y
transcended in
luchó
history. But
siempre
he was
hacia
born
unidad
and
esta región
continued struggling
en la que
towards the unity of
esta
such a
región
beautiful
que es diversa,
region
pero a la
that's
vez
diverse
históricamente homogénea.
and also homogeneous in terms
La
of
sociedad
dialectics.
humana
It
más
is
extensa
the most
del mundo, del
ex-
planeta, y
the
comparte
biggest
prácticamente un mismo idioma.
geographical region in the world that
Un bloque
shares the same
cultural
language,
y
along with other
territorial
cultural and religious
desde
elements,
el sur de los Estados Unidos
from the south of the
que son
US,
mexicanos,
which
Patagonia,
are all Mexican
compartimos
lands,
muchos elementos,
until the
pero no
Patagonia,
somos
we share many elements. We, of course, are diverse,
desde los
but
apaches
we
hasta los
share
guaraníes,
the indigenous
compartimos la
resistance from
resistencia
the
de los pueblos
Apaches to the
esclavizados
Mapuches. We also have the resistance of the
África,
enslaved peoples that were
compartimos la
kidnapped
resistencia
from
como
Africa.
pueblo y clase
We
trabajadora
also have the
a lo largo
resistance
de
over
estos
working
últimos
peoples
años.
and classes in the recent years.
Y en este sentido,
And in this
comprender
sense,
quiénes somos, porque uno puede ser
in order to
incluso
understand who we are, because
extranjero
with the
y
greatness of
siendo
Bolivar, we could say, well, everything started with Bolivar.
comenzó un poquito antes con Miranda
And maybe here in Venezuela, we could say that
y
it
en Cuba
started a few years before with
Bolívar y
Miranda.
Martí,
In Cuba, they could say it was Bolivar and
en
Martí, and
Argentina
then
Martí,
Fidel and Che, then in Argentina and with San Martin. But
hubo
we
una
have to
intervención
go back
de los
in time.
europeos. Aquí llegaron los europeos a invadirnos
The
y a
Europeans
desconocernos
arrived here, invaded
en
us
1492 al continente,
in
a Venezuela en particular en 1492.
1492 in the
Posteriormente,
continent and
en
1498 in
1536,
Venezuela,
los mapuches
but
regresaron.
in 1536 the
Todavía hoy tienen
Mapuches
resistencia,
were rebelling themselves in
guardan la
Chile, and
resistencia.
today they continue resisting
En
almost 200 years
1540, cuando
afterward.
se dio
Then
el
in
intermixto
14
de los pueblos
and
zacatecas
1540 there was
y
the
se rebelaron
Nixon warfare in which the
en el
Zacatecas peoples rebelled
1542 se
against
rebeló
the
el índio
Spaniards.
Rivera
Then
en
in
medio de
1542
los
we had
hermanos
the
Miguel
rebellion of the
y Miguel.
Maroons and the
En
black leader
1560,
Miguel.
alrededor de esa fecha,
Then in
aquí
1560
estaba la resistencia de los
we had the resistance of the Venezuelan Caribs, Huaycaipuro, amongst other indigenous leaders. In 1721, we have the revolution of the communers in Paraguay that were struggling towards the good distribution of wealth. And then there we had a multi-ethnic rebellion. In 1742, we had the rebellion of San Juan Altos Atapahualpa in Peru, with a kingdom that was born in an autonomous fashion, an indigenous kingdom that lasted for 14 years in Peru with Atahualpa. In 1770, we had the rebellion of Qatari brothers in Bolivia, who prepared the land for Tupac Amaru. And we can continue in the timeline. Then in 1776, July the 6th, the independence of the US, we can the 5th, we can include it. And that's when we also have the following year the creation of the Venezuelan Captaincy. In 1780, the rebellion of Tupac Amaru II in Peru, who also ended the Spaniard domination for a few years. Then we have the rebellion and the insurrection in Colombia. Then the rebellion of Tupac Katari and with the Maras in Bolivia. And then, of course, in 1789, the French Revolution in Europe. So look at everything that happened before 1790, and I am not covering everything. Then 1795 with Chirinos in Falcón. Then in 1797, the conspiration of Gual y España, in which we had the involvement of Simon Rodriguez, the professor of our liberator. Then in 1804, the independence of Haiti from France. Then in 1805, the liberator Bolivar was in the Sacred Mountain and promised to free Venezuela. Then in 1808, the Mantuanos Rebellion. And afterwards, there were circumstances that facilitated the independence process in many countries, many of them that were oligarchy, independences of the oligarchy. And in the case of Liberator Simon Bolivar, he understood that only unity could help us move towards victory. If you read the Manifest of Cartagena, we celebrated its anniversary recently. He invites us to recognize the mistakes that were made in the First Republic. We can say that even taking actions from a savage, a man that had no compassion but was a great leader, Tomás Bobes, and he realized that the only way to carry out with this struggle, we had to add everyone, indigenous people, black peoples, the enslaved, the recently freed white people, and that's the key behind the liberation of our country by Simon Bolivar. That's why we had such a united army in Las Pampas de Ayacucho in Peru, and for the liberator it was a single people, a single nation. Many things continued to happen afterwards. I wouldn't like to bore you with history, but look at everything that happened before the French Revolution, before the Commune of Paris, which is a great reference in 71, the year 71. Then we had the Mexican Revolution, the Bolshevik Revolution, which are milestones of the resistance of humanity.
En 1900
In
58 aquí
1958,
se derroca la última
here
dictadura militar de
we
Venezuela.
ended
Dialécticamente,
the last
este
military
salón lleva el nombre
dictatorship of
de aquel
Venezuela,
dictador, Marcos Pérez Jiménez.
Marcos Pérez Jiménez.
Hay que respetar a todos.
And we must
Y luego vino la
respect
revolución cubana
all of these figures.
y la guerra de guerrillas en varios de nuestros países, y el golpe de Estado a Salvador Allende, a Jacobo Arbenz antes, y la revolución sandinista y la
The
caída del bloque socialista
victory of the
europeo,
Sandinist
y el
Revolution,
Caracazo,
the Caracazo, the February the
y el
4th,
triunfo electoral de la
the
revolución
victory
bolivariana,
of the Bolivarian Revolution,
y todo lo que hemos vivido para estar donde estamos. ¿Y qué
and
hizo la
everything we
revolución
have
bolivariana en
done
particular?
in
Ya que
order
ustedes han venido de
to
manera
come
tan
to
solidaria
reach
a
this point.
acompañarnos.
And I know
¿A qué se
that
dedicó Hugo Chávez?
you may ask yourselves what we have
Incluso
done. What
antes de
Chavez
llegar a la
dedicated
presidencia.
himself even
Comandante
before
Chávez fue
being
electo
a
el 6 de
president.
diciembre,
He was
y
elected
entre el
on
6 de
December
diciembre y el 2 de
the 6th,
febrero
and
emprendió
between
viajes por
that
dónde. Fue
day
para
and
los Estados
February
Unidos,
the
¿no?
2nd, he
Se fue a
went
los
on
países del
different
Mercosur.
journeys, but he didn't visit
Se
the
fue a los
U.S. He
países
visited
hermanos de nuestra América.
countries of the
Ya
U
Cuba había ido
of
varias veces
Mercosur,
desde el 94
sisterhood nations
a
in Latin
trabajar la
America.
unidad
Since
y a
1994,
trabajar
he
el
was
mundo
working
multipolar.
towards unity, towards a
Mensajes
multipolar
para China,
world,
mensajes para
with
Rusia.
messages for Russia, for
Y comenzó
China,
aquello, de alguna manera, si bien los padres y madres
and
de esos procesos nunca son únicos,
although the forefathers of these
con
processes
toda
are
humildad
never
podemos
alone, but very humbly, without Chavez, we wouldn't have created UNASUR, the Union of Nations of the South. With Fidel, maybe, but without Chavez, we wouldn't have been able to create the Bolivarian Alliance of the Peoples of Our America, ALBA TCP, and without Chavez, and here we're talking without Fidel, without Evo, Rafael, without the Kirchners, without Ortega, CELAC, the creation of CELAC, which is the great Bolivarian project. But it is hard because it is a union of governments, and some governments respond to the OAS, to the Monroe Doctrine that was discussed in the previous panel. And the greatest uh, division of the forces of our America has been the North American Empire and the Monroe Doctrine. There's a quote by Thomas Jefferson. I think he was not even Secretary of State back then. He then became a Passionist president in 1796, I think, way before the Monroe Doctrine. He said that he was worried because the hands of Spain wouldn't be strong enough to hold those countries until the US would grow in terms of military and population to take those countries from the hands of Spain piece by piece. That was in the Amphitronic Congress of Panama, and we are celebrating the 200th anniversary next year, 2026. Then they created Pan Americanism, the Pan American Conference, the Inter American Conference, the OAS. The OAS is an instrument for imposing the Monroe Doctrine and for facilitating the Bolivarian unity of our peoples, and we must make SELAC to have the Bolivarian spirit of ALBA, so we can take this message to each of your countries. And since my time's up, I just wanted you to consider all of these elements: unity, the unity of our peoples that took place in those battles 200 years ago. What did Bolivar do over and over again to convince the population of the plains of Venezuela to scale and go back to the mountains of the Andean region to liberate another country, which was Nueva Granada. How did he convince them if he didn't even have social media, radio, television? And then he convinced the Granadinos to create a common homeland, and those from Ecuador, and took them to the moorlands in Peru to liberate Bolivia. So we have here heroic actions. And I continue and want to close with this element of dialectics. Arturo Uslar Pietri, a thinker of the far right from Venezuela, but he was a scholar with great contributions to the history and knowledge of Venezuela. In 1966, if I'm not mistaken, he asked himself how such a little country with 700,000 inhabitants, that was not even was only a general captaincy, which had limited military and economic capacities. How did such a little country to become the cradle for the liberation of South America? And if we had the capacities, we would have gone to the rest of Latin America, to the US, to Central America, to Puerto Rico. Maybe the National Center for History or our insurgents can verify, but in the independence literature of Venezuela, in our letters, speeches, minutes, different documents of independence, the word Venezuela appears does not appear as much as the word Colombia, and Colombia does not appear as much as the word America, because we were born looking towards a big horizon, the full homeland of the American continent, and that must be our path. If we have the governments that we have in Argentina, in Paraguay, in Ecuador, and or any other country in which the right is in power, peoples must unite themselves. They must turn into a new army and push the historic processes. We cannot stand still, which is why we need many networks, a strong tissue, and that's why this assembly must be one of those spaces, like the Forum of Sao Paulo, our anti-fascist front, social movements, ALBA movements, the International Assembly of the Peoples. All of these networks are necessary. We must have an action plan that's permanent, concrete, specific, with clear goals, a timetable, a strategic, clear horizon. And we must not continue waiting that the fraudulent electoral systems will take us to a change of regime, because fascism is reaching the governments over Latin America, and with the sword of Bolivar, of Martí, we must stop fascism in such a historical moment. So, comrades, thank you for coming to Venezuela in such a difficult moment. And it is not random.
sabemos
against
porque,
Venezuela.
entre otras cosas, ustedes vinieron, no sería solo Venezuela. Y ocurriría, como
And
dijo
you know what? Because you have
Ernesto Che
come, you
Guevara,
are
se
witnesses. And
conformarían
as
un
Ernesto
Vietnam,
Che
dos
Guevara
Vietnam,
would
tres
say,
Vietnam,
maybe we
7
will
Vietnam
have
en nuestra
2,
América y en
3,
cada uno
4,
de ellos
7
derrotaríamos al
Vietnams
imperio
in our
norteamericano
America,
como
and
lo
in
hizo Vietnam
every
en su
single
momento. Muchas
instance
gracias,
we would
gracias por estar a
defeat the
Venezuela.
North American
Sabe vive.
Empire. Long live Venezuela.
Gracias, compañero Jorge.
Thank you,
Vamos
Jorge.
a ver ahora un video, un
We are
saludo
now
que nos
going to
mandan
look at a
desde la
video
República Democrática del Congo.
from the Democratic Republic of Congo, the president of the Foundation Patrice Lumumba. He's called Roland Lumumba.
I am Roland Lumumba, and I am the president of the Patrice Emery Lumumba Foundation. We are here, and it's already December, the month in which we exchange congratulations because of the celebration of the end of the year. It's the time in which we thank God for keeping us alive until now. But during this period of celebrations and congratulations, we must not forget a martyr country, Venezuela. This sister nation, which is suffering because of the imperialistic injustice, the law of the jungle, the law of the most unfair one, the strongest one. We must stand in solidarity with the people of Venezuela, a dignified people, a generous people, a strong people. Let's not take away our gaze from this drama. Today it's Venezuela, but tomorrow it could be your country. In the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo, my country, there is a war so that the multinationals can steal our mining resources. Every injustice committed against one of us is an injustice against all of us. Let us rise for the children of Venezuela. Let us rise for the women of Venezuela. Let us rise for a Venezuela that is strong, dignified, and independent. We all have the same Afro-descendant roots. And we all shall direct towards the same objectives: freedom and emancipation of our peoples. Let us let us stand in solidarity between the peoples of the South so that this never happens again. Thank you very much. Let us now give the floor to Salif Diop. And please, we would like to remind you that there is simultaneous translation so that you can take your earpieces and put them on. We would like to also remind you that we are using this is being transmitted through the Simon Bolivar Institute channel. And welcome, professor from the University of Social Studies. He studied in Cuba. He has a doctorate in China, and he's a member of the Malians Institution of Friendship with the Peoples of the Caribbean. Good afternoon, my dear partners, my dear comrades. Oh, imagine. I wanted, I said this to the president that I was going to speak in French, but I realized that I have to speak in Spanish because I graduated from the university in Cuba. So I have to pay homage to the Cuban Revolution. You understand me? And of course, I have to pay homage to the Malians uh, Association of Friendship with the Peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean. And so the link is also the Spanish language. So I am very happy, very pleased to be here this afternoon. I am very pleased to speak about the bonds, the links between our peoples, especially the peoples of the South, and to speak a bit about neocolonialism and fascism, especially representing Africa. Between Africa and Latin America, there's a long history that starts since the period of slavery. So I am going to start with that. You understand? I am going to speak about the decolonization struggles because there were two main figures that, or two main people who helped the independence of the countries, of our countries. The first person, this morning I saw his daughter and I was a very excited. I told this to my friend, look, this is an important person. Her father was very important. And I want to talk about Ernesto Che Guevara. Che Guevara went to Mali between the years 63 and 64. If I'm not mistaken, he was on his way to Congo to, to help with their struggle when they wanted to assassinate Lumumba. And he was at the Lac de Beau Hotel. And the second person, Latin American figure who helped us was Commander in Chief Fidel Castro Ruz. Fidel is Fidel, truly. The independence of almost all the countries of Africa to the south of the Sahara was achieved due to the help of Fidel Castro and the Cuban Revolution. The motto says, Fidel, Fidel, what does he have that imperialists cannot defeat him? So the words neocolonialism, globalization, these words I heard for the first time in Cuba. There was a TV program that was called The Round Table. And Fidel would sit there and he would explain to us the consequences of what imperialist policies would cause in the third world. And so once on TV he said that the problem of African countries was a problem of unity because in Africa, from one region to the next, there's a huge difference. And that people would give more importance to their tribe than to the notion of nation. And he said that Africans must pay attention to strengthen the bonds, the links of unity amongst them, first of all. I think it was in 2003 or 2004 when he said this. And we were like, what? What is he saying? What is the commander saying? And then there was another issue of state terrorism. It was Luis Posada Carril once who tried to talk about this, and he talked about state terrorism. And he said this will be or will create, bring about bad consequences for the peoples of the South. And what I want for you to know is how imperialists have divided us. It is very hard for me to come here to visit the president here. I had to do over 24 hours of flights going through Europe to come to visit this country. But if you see the map between Venezuela and Mali, it's not even 7 hours of flight. But we are so divided that we have opportunities like this, that when we have opportunities like this, we need to give each other real information, because we're also facing a communication warfare. Neocolonialism came to us in such a way in Africa that I wonder, when are we going to eliminate these wars between brothers and sisters? In Congo, it's a country so large with such wealth, and they are not able to develop because of the manipulation of the neo-colonialists. What happened in Mali? And I'm not going to say in Mali as a whole. It's a region that we call the Sahel. This includes Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. And the phenomenon started with my country, Mali, and we are descendants from the Malingo people, and it wasn't easy for France to colonize them because they were warriors. So in the 90s, they said, no, the militaries are not good enough, they will leave. We need democracy, and civilians are the ones who need to rule the country. And civilians came for 30 years. We had 30 years of democracy, and it was transformed into a total anarchy, so a savage democracy where nothing was respected. And so the people, the new generation, decided to take their destiny in their own hands. Why? Because due to the natural resources, the imperialists, knowing that we are peoples with strong religions, they finance some so that they would fight against the governments, saying that they were doing jihadism and struggling for the Muslim religion. And we have never known this war. So this was a war of terrorism that was imposed on us in the Sahel to take advantage of our resources. That is why those three countries of the alliance of the states of Sahel, Ayed, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, have decided to unite their forces to struggle against the empire and against neocolonialism. That is why I was saying to President Blanca that I accepted to come to Caracas to share with the peoples of Latin America this idea that I have. We that we must stand united. Unity today, unity tomorrow, and unity the day after tomorrow, and always. Because the case of Africa, I know very well, and they always are looking for an adversary, a domestic enemy to create chaos. So we need to stand united. The countries of Latin America and we and ourselves, what I saw in this room, I could be an ambassador of Venezuela in Mali because when I came here, people would tell me, "Oh, you're a communist. What are you going to do in Venezuela if they're threatened by the United States?" And I told them, "Well, the United States may have all the nuclear weapons, but the ideas are stronger." And this is a concept of Fidel Castro. So I am here convinced, I stand here convinced that the people of Chavez, the people of Simon Bolivar, all of you from Latin America are convinced of the ideas that you have. Solidarity forever. We must take each other's hand and continue with the combat until victory always. We will prevail. The people united will never be defeated. Thank you. Thank you so much. And a warm embrace. Thank you for your force that you're conveying. Long live Fidel, long live Chavez. And that embrace between Bolivar and Chavez, between Chavez and Fidel also includes Africa. And there have been programs in Latin America and also in Mother Africa that they built and that they have left as a legacy. They have left us a huge commitment to continue working on solidarity and on the causes of the people. Long live the Sahel. Long live Africa.
And I hope we continue having more time in the future to know a little bit more about what's happening in this revolutionary experience that's also sieged. And since we're talking about solidarity, and that's why we say this is an already victorious activity, and no doubt this would allow us to have build a common agenda with the challenges of the Bolivarian diplomacy of peace, which is part of the legacy of Commander Chavez, with President Nicolas Maduro as the new leader, the child of that process. He started as Minister of Foreign Affairs and then was alongside our commander. We have efforts and experiences like the Simon Bolivar Institute with the articulation of social movements with the people's movements that have taken this initiative forward. And in this space, we have a sister that's leading this institute, a revolutionary from many years ago, and it would build the social struggle. She's been Ministry of Women. Today is a deputy. She's in charge of achieving our encounter, our embrace to make humanity more human. So we welcome our friend Blanca Ecaut. Long live Chavez. Long live Maduro. Long live Fidel. Well, brothers and sisters, compatriots, comrades of this great homeland and other homelands, we are now here in this assembly. This is the assembly of the peoples. So we hope this can become a permanent space for reflection and struggle. 13 years ago, a December the 8th, which is the day of love and loyalty, our eternal commander Hugo Chavez came from Cuba, from the loving revolutionary Cuba that was always with us, protecting us, and came to give us a speech before precisely what was one of the most complex situations. That day, Commander Chavez was suffering physically, and with the anguish of passing, he gave us a task and a formula. He first told us who should we follow then. From the bottom of my heart, with the moon as a witness, Nicolas Maduro. So the empire would not divide us, confuse us, because that's where the devil lives, in personal ambition, in fracture, in division. So that day, our commander gave us that task of continuing and told us Venezuelans what the role our country had within the legacy of liberators, and he told us we have homeland forever, and no matter what, we will continue having a homeland for our children, a permanent homeland. And he gave us a formula that has allowed us to come here to resist during 13 years, can be applied into our assembly of the peoples. He told us back then, unity. He was insisting and quoting Bolivar. That must be our principle. So Bolivar died always talking about unity, and he would quote him from that summoning. Bolivar died believing there was no homeland left to sacrifice himself for. If my sacrifice will help us consolidate that union, I will die peacefully. And it was only when Commander Chavez arrived that we were summoned once again towards that unity. So it was unity, struggle, battle, and victory. If we are united, but not united to just stand still, lay down in our beds, we must be united into a permanent mobilization with a clear project, with willingness and strength, with bravery and courage, unity and struggle. And this is in order to go to wage the battle in different scenarios. For example, the battle of ideas, the economic battle, the cultural and political battle, and even armed battles if necessary. We must be convinced that if we are united with struggle willingness to guarantee our presence, our combatants in any scenario, in any battle to achieve victory. And that, brothers and sisters, amidst adversity, the deep pain of the passing of Commander Chavez and how the empire took advantage of it so we would give a step back for attacking our homeland once again. What has been witnessed with the submarines, the missiles, the cannons, warfare vessels, with thousands of Marines, with their troops, their military bases. What has allowed us to be here, considering all of this, that we maintain our unity, we are willing to struggle, and at all fronts we will guarantee the victory of Venezuela no matter the circumstances. And I was saying that this encounter, which is an assembly of the peoples, it is an encounter by and for the sovereignty of our American continent, which force us to consolidate and guarantee, foster and promote and generate all the conditions for unity, the unity of our American continent, which is not a decree. It is not only in the spirit of an encounter, but must be rather a permanent action, a conviction of how needed is the unity of our peoples. And in this case, even if missiles, nuclear submarines are now in the Caribbean threatening Venezuela and our America, this offensive and now the imperial counter-offensive is against the world, against humanity, and we need to unite ourselves as a people. Commander President Nicolas Maduro has said we have done encounters of workers, of indigenous peoples, of women, of the youth, of parliamentary members of the world, of jurists. But now all of these encounters must meet with a purpose. We must guarantee going towards that process of constituents of the peoples in order to think how to face barbarism and the death of that decaying empire, and how to organize our life by living for the future of our peoples and our whole humanity. This encounter, this assembly that has faced thousands of obstacles that prevented us and prevented our flights to arrive, to buy the tickets, to get on the planes. Over 2,000 comrades from all over the world manifested their willingness to come. They gave us their passports. They joined the proposal. However, it's been difficult for them to come. But you are here, so thank you. Thank you for being here. And those who have stayed, are following us via streaming, are always getting in touch with us in this expression of humanity. As Che Guevara said, this humanity that said it's enough and started to walk. We are building this path. But we were saying that this is not an encounter, it is an assembly. That's why at the end of each of these topics, we will open the floor for your contributions, and we also have the QR code so you can upload any ideas, proposals, ideas, plans, struggle agendas. And in these tasks of building unity and guaranteeing that this unity is absolutely committed with the struggle and to make it the guarantee of our victory, we brothers and sisters believe it is fundamental to ask ourselves how we went from the resistance of our peoples to the offensive, a cultural, political, and strategic offensive. Because sometimes they make us think that we are trapped, that there's nothing else to do, that the empire is coming after us, that only kryptonite can defeat them because they are Superman. But the truth is that that decaying empire is in its last phase. It is an empire in crisis with only in the US there are 70 million poor people with 100,000 people dying every single year because of the consumption of fentanyl, with only a 6-year reserve of fuel, and that's why they want to take over our oil reserves. And that decaying empire has an internal crisis that, while is sowing violence along the world, in the US, in its own territory, is fully being divided by violence, with a racist, supremacist, barbaric, criminal system that denies rights, and it is a dictatorship that's no longer an alternative for the world, that has robbed the largest amount of countries, and it is no longer an alternative for the people of the US themselves. That model now has to face a world that's emerging, the multipolar world, the pluricentric world, the re-emergence of new development, economic, technological poles, like the case of BRICS. And that empire has as their single safeguarding hope to come back to the idea of Jorge Arrasa, of ending the emerging nations of the South. And in that quote that Jorge was saying, that's in this book, free peoples are able to defeat powerful empires. When they were using these words, they needed time to have enough people and strength to populate their territory. They were not talking about colonization. They didn't come to a territory where there were already people living there. They were going to populate them. So the genocide against the indigenous peoples of Abya Yala was to exterminate them. That was their objective. That's what they called their manifested destination, and that Providence made that call because we were not people, so they had to populate the territory. And that's why our father Bolivar said that the US seems to be destined by Providence to fill the Americas with misery because that was their call. And Commander Chavez said that what Bolivar did not calculate is that it was not only the Americas but the whole world with the bourgeoisie. And now, what they call the struggle against drug terrorism. That empire didn't expect that the liberators of our lands would build a project that was bigger than them. The dream of the Great Colombia, La Gran Colombia, it was bigger in terms of territory, in wealth and resources, and it also had a liberator army with much more experience and with a project and objective with a historical reason that made it invincible, undefeatable. And the Spaniard Empire and its army was not able to defeat that army. It was rather division, treason. That dream of our father Bolivar of unity broke because of traitors like Santander, Flores, like Paez, that were blackmailed and controlled and then joined the oligarchy. And that's why one of the battles we must wage is the battle for unity, which has as struggle scenario the scenario of ideas. We cannot allow our peoples to be afraid. Is that military presence in the Caribbean needed to attack Venezuela? No, because we don't have mass destruction weapons. With their military and technological power, they are, I would say, quite close to our country. This warfare, military deployment in the Caribbean is to divide us. First, that's the first objective, as our colleagues from the previous panel were saying. First, by promoting migration in our country, a blockade to guarantee with a brutal campaign to sow hopelessness. And then they started to satanize our divisions because we were a pest that would separate our continents with Tren de Aragua and other criminal organizations, and that we were below, we were subhumans. Another argument used by Spaniards who used to say we had no soul and that kept over 300 years, which is the fact that now they're claiming that Latin America has criminals that are throughout the world bringing barbarism and the different pests. We've been called many negative nicknames, and with all of them, they take away our human character. So, the first objective was to make Venezuela an example that could not be heard by the world, because we have decided to be free. We have decided additionally that our territory and our resources cannot be at the service of the empire but rather to the people.
And Venezuela has decided to create a new model, a participatory and protagonic democracy. For us, this is the construction of a new state that is based on the people's power. For us, the objective is self rule in the territories, and it is based on deep roots of what the life of our people is. And it is the people that originally lived in community, because for us, communes and socialism is nothing new. It is part of what we are as people. It is the memory of our America. And in Venezuela, this has been a constant. It is also the Afro descendant people that was brought here and enslaved here and became maroons here, and they created their cumbes. It is also the rising of the communeers in the Andean regions. It is the commune, the encounter, the solidarity. So we decided that this model is an alternative to face death, to face the imperialist dictatorship. It is the protagonism of the people. And said model, I said, has a long history, and we have defended it with courage. Our liberation army was an army of indigenous people, of African people, and mulattoes, and Creoles, and people, poor people, the humble people who became an army, went to Ayacucho and expelled the Spanish Empire from these lands. Our forefather Bolivar said at some point, when he was facing the Americans, when he was facing Irving, who came with the attempt to attack and humiliate Venezuela. And after the efforts of Bolivar to maintain dialogue and peace, he ended up saying, I will not allow for you to attack or despise the government or the rights of Venezuela. Defending them against Spain has disappeared a large part of our population, and the remaining part would like to follow the same path. For Venezuela, it is the same to go against Spain than against the whole world if the whole world offends it. So we are, my dear brothers and sisters, willing to defend Venezuela. And when we defend Venezuela, we know we are defending our America. And defending our America, we defend mankind, because this America has been vital for the creation of the multipolar and pluricentric world. If we hadn't stopped the free trade area of the Americas, the history would be different. They wouldn't be bringing missiles and vessels or submarines or nuclear submarines. No. All the presidents were signing an agreement to give away our land, to eliminate the armed forces of all our territories and have a single one, the Marines, the American Marines. But we, at the beginning of the 21st century, eliminated this horror. It was stopped by the giant Cuban people resisting in what seemed their defeat. There was Cuba, dignified standing. Cuba was not invited to summits, but it also had the permanent space of encounter of the peoples, and that's how they struggled against the against the payment of foreign debt. And that is how the movement against the free trade area of the Americas started. And at some point they got friends, they got support. And when Cuba was not invited, Hugo Chavez said, we cannot sign this agreement because the people are not being heard, because there are barricades again around this summit. And the people were following Fidel, and Chavez's arrival would have been a defeat. But they had the people to move throughout the continent. And in less than 5 years in Mar del Plata, the FTAA was eliminated. And there were people around him, around the president, Commander Chavez. I'm gonna take just a few extra minutes, I swear. Commander Chavez said, and I'm gonna quote, because this talks about his struggle. The greatest threat against our planet is the hegemonic pretension of the North American imperialism that risks the survival of mankind. Fidel had said it before. There's a species, an endangered species, but Chavez said it in the United Nations, and the whole empire was there. But for it to be clear, he said, yesterday the devil was here at this same place, and it still smells like sulfur in this area, in this table where I am invited to speak. End of quote. No, he didn't. She didn't finish the quote. Yesterday, the president of the United States came to talk to us as the owner of the world, and he started saying so many other things. And he said, no, American imperialism. Chomsky said this with deep clarity, quoting Chomsky, is conducting desperate efforts to consolidate its hegemony, a system of hegemonic domination. We cannot allow for this to happen. We cannot allow for them to consolidate world dictatorship. That was said by Chavez in 2006, and we managed to stop it. That empire is wounded today, but the peoples need to stand together, and the peoples need to understand clearly the project, and the project cannot be or cannot belong to one sector, and the women have one project, and the Afro descendants have another project, and the indigenous populations another. No, we must unite in a single cause where we all can be part, because my dear brothers and sisters, to be able to build unity, we must achieve equality in diversity. What is different than equality allows us to be diverse. We can accept our differences and be equal in rights and in the construction of the world and in the aspiration of our dreams. So we must have a joint agenda, because what is at stake is mankind. And it's not just a threat against Venezuela, against Cuba, no. This operation in the Caribbean is not just against our America. This attempt to occupy the whole continent, to occupy from the Arctic to the Antarctic, to avoid the communication between the Pacific and the Atlantic, and for all the energy wealth and the strategic materials and the issue of communication and trade be in the hands of that decadent empire, is to go towards that war against the multipolar world. That is why it is our task to avoid this, to avoid the occupation of the Caribbean, because it goes against mankind. We need to leave this place with an agenda. We must turn this space of assembly into a powerful space for the battle of the ideas, for the communication, for propaganda, for agitation, from an audacious position, convinced that if we stand together and in struggle in this battle, we will prevail. We cannot allow for them to separate us. They threaten us every day because they know that if they create fear, people paralyze or flee. But here in Venezuela, we have shown that fear cannot defeat the faith, the will, the unity, and the conviction of a whole people. To defend the rights of Venezuela, we will fight against that imperial world if that world offends us. And we're convinced that this is the task that unites us as people. I would like to thank, because today one of those people are here, people who have mobilized in the US. Thank you for being here in this assembly of the people and for raising against the imperial dictatorship. Thank you. There are several of you here. You are the example of dignity, of courage, of awareness, because the global south that is facing fascism, that is facing Nazism, that is facing Zionism, that global south is also there present in the United States with these people who resist the dictatorship of the elites. I am sure, my brothers and sisters, that if we organize as people, that if we assume our strategy of living with freedom, with joy, if we assume the spirit of Bolivar, of Martí, of Fidel, of Che Guevara, of Chavez, we, all of us, together will prevail. Thank you very much. The people standing united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. Venezuela will prevail. They have never been able to defeat us. Well, unity, struggle, battle, and victory. Thank you, Blanca. Thank you, Jorge, and our other speaker for their reflections and the commitment that they have shown, the commitment that they have created with the path of Commander Chavez, of the unity, the struggle, the battle, and the victory. And surrounding the reflection of the important reflection that Blanca was making on the Bolivarian epic of our Bolivarian armed forces. This allows us, because maybe she didn't speak enough about this, but it is important to highlight this for those who visit us, what the People's Military Police means. People's Military Unit means, because the people works together with the Bolivarian Armed Forces, and it's expressed in the millions of men and women who have enlisted to defend our homeland, and I see many of them here present today. We would like to thank this panel for their presence, for their reflections. We would like to say goodbye to them, and please put your hands together for them. We would like to remind you that we have the QR code outside so that you can present your proposals and we can build our agenda together. So we now continue with the closing panel so that there can be some people speaking, other people speaking. The genial generation against the Z generation label, a shared future. We would like to invite the youth secretary of the PSUV, Grecia Colmenares, to join us. Florencia Abreu, continental secretary of Alba Movimientos of Argentina. The representative of Cuba. And we will have through video Darío Camal, and from the Central Committee of the Youth of the Liberation Front of Mozambique. and also Florencia Abregu.
So we'll start the last thematic access. You can start preparing your contributions because at the end of this phase we will give you the floor so you can share your contributions. If you'd like to speak to the mic, you can prepare your contributions. Let's not forget this is just to build a common agenda. Outside you also have the QR code that you can scan to upload your proposals, documents, plans. So we will start with the wonderful generation against the label of the Gen Z. We will share the Venezuelan experience with the wonderful generation that we put at the disposal of the world to go against the matrix of people that say that our youth is individualist and imperialist, which is very different from what the Venezuelan youth has shown. And they haven't been able to break our hope. We will now give the floor to Grecia Colmenares, sorry. She's the General Secretary of the Socialist Youth of Venezuela. She was Minister for the People's Power for the Youth, and she's the best representative of the wonderful generation. Good afternoon, everyone. Long live the free peoples of the world. I was sitting in the audience, and it is very cold there. Here is warmer, and we believe we feel better after listening to Jorge Arreaza, to Blanca Caut, those who have expressed the gratitude we feel as the Venezuelan people of being joined by brothers and sisters of the world. This country, the homeland of Hugo Chavez, of Simon Bolivar, will always be the homeland of the free peoples of the world, where you will always be welcomed. Thank you for accompanying us in our struggles, and thank you because definitely amidst adversities, the blockade, the different expressions and forms of aggression, we know we count on the solidarity of the free peoples of the world that resist, that will not give up, and that know that the role is here, as Che Guevara said, because the future belongs to us. This afternoon, as the last space for debate, I would just like to share some ideas regarding the meaning of the Generation Z that has been discussed in the recent years in the world, that has some references from previous years with some movements that have emerged and some hybrid expressions of youngsters that have raised their voices, that have become a multinational label with advertising methods and mechanisms that no doubt gave us the utmost reference of how the North American imperialism, everything is directed and shown with this term, the category of the Gen Z. So I have written down some basic ideas what has been discussed by the general um, direction of the Socialist Youth of Venezuela and what President Maduro has said regarding this issue. They have the intention of having a new category, what's happening with 12, 13, 14, 15 years old, and how we now give them a new point of view to a generation that was born with social media, with media outlets, in this case with digital media, and that definitely we have methods, ideas adapted to this new reality by respecting everyone's time and with the importance of listening to your contributions regarding the ideas you will add. I would like to focus on some focal points. This has been a year filled with challenges, and the youth is a transformation element of the peoples of the world for a country. And why should we talk about generations today and this label of the Gen Z? We are now innovating as a unique method that's called to be consumist, functional, and not interested in politics to reduce the interests of our people, reduce them to consume and behavior patterns. So what we have done as Venezuelans and what President Nicolas Maduro has proposed, he has called our youth as the wonderful generation. Beyond being a specific age group, we define it as a rebellious, creative generation with deep purpose and a humanist character. It has emerged with the historical struggles of the people and not with the algorithms of Silicon Valley. Considering this imposed label, we call it, instead of the Gen Z, the wonderful generation. In order to give our youth back our roots in history, in political tasks, giving back the youth a space to be the main characters of the national future. When we talk about Gen Z and what we're living as a society, the real dispute is political and spiritual. It is not only a technological and aesthetic dispute as portrayed by social media and media outlets. Behind everything, behind the meaning of Gen Z, which has the purpose of making a generation a market that can be targeted and predicted, which can be shaped, that emotionally depends on products and the narratives of the global north, which is part of the debate we have opened here. So from three different points of view, we could talk about Gen Z. First, we have consumption. The intention is to label a generation, in this case Gen Z, with subjective elements that have the objective of manipulating you to know how to feel, what to wear, how to belong to a specific age group, how to love, how to make friends. And when we talk about consumption, it is said that Gen Z organizes themselves from a political perspective, but also from a trade, commercial perspective, because it includes using certain apps, consuming specific content on social media, purchasing certain products, following specific trends, and it also tackles language. Here we have many youngsters terms like being chill, which is trendy here in Venezuela, but we ask ourselves what's chill in Spanish here in Venezuela, and that standards becomes something that's very far from our country. And for example, in Spanish, talking about the chaviza, that's a word to refer to youngsters, but it's common in Mexico nor in Venezuela. And it's trying to standardize communication forms with our equals, or saying that something is cringe. And people ask themselves, oh, but what's cringe? That's English. It's like being ashamed of something. It gives me goosebumps. It is disgusting for me. So we end up standardizing forms of language that are fully detached from what our peoples are promoting as their language. And beyond consumption, this Gen Z is also attached to a behavior pattern that's anxious, that is a multitasker that cannot focus in a single task. And these characteristics are precisely what make this generation the perfect consumer for capitalism. Another approach, besides consumption, is fragmented identity, which is the Z model that wants to divide, to have fragmentation, to force youngsters to live in a illogical manner that has no coherence. A fragmented identity is the easiest to manipulate, of course. So fragmentation makes hyper-individualism to come up. There's people that talk about the end of ideologies, the death of democracy. A series of concepts are incorporating themselves when talking about Gen Z. Another characteristic is aversion to recognition, not wanting to belong to a specific group, but being dependent to micro digital spaces and being slaves to algorithms. We have studied this phenomena in our country. There's a writer, Elizabeth, who talks about silence in the youth, and in our country we have studied this phenomenon because there's the idea that those who have an identity or dare to say something end up becoming the collective feeling in a spiral, because those who express an idea end up silencing the rest of the ideas, and they adopt a behavior believing that everyone will have the same pattern, the same method, and there's a spiral of silence in which we all believe about different we believe different things, but we're actually part of the same downward spiral, and we are part of the algorithm of silence. We neutralize the possibility of having a strong political identity. And the third approach is political uprooting, because one of the characteristics of Gen Z is a youth that's a post-ideological youth that feels like they own the new methods and does not want to belong to any ideological line, no paradigm that's already established. So, some of the characteristics of Gen Z is to promote that the homeland is irrelevant and what collective is taken from a secondary point of view. First me, second me, third me, and then everything that can connect with my digital community. This is a uprooting that's fostered so the youngsters are more useful to the market, they're less dangerous because they not generate forces of change, they're more available to be manipulated by the non-progressive governments of a region, and they're a tool for the pre-made manifestations, demonstrations in Nepal, in Peru, and other countries in which they have sold this idea of Gen Z, which are a volatile, ruthless generation with no projects, always following superficial content, following temporary causes with no clear purpose. And this is how we have seen how they promote empty ideologies. And then we have the giant gap of information with fake news, with disinformation, and what we are seeing on social media. And now let's see what has been the proposal of President Nicolas Maduro. First, the youth is a historical subject, not a product of the market. He has promoted the youth as a transforming element, as part of talent, resistance with the capacity of creating in a country that's facing blockade, sanctions, imperialist threats. And for President Nicolas, this is a generation that's smart with a deep national vision and a people's rooting that's very important. And we will then discuss what have been the challenges this year. So, the focal characteristics of the wonderful generation is having a clear ideology, and they understand that the attacks to our country are an attack to the future of Venezuela and the Venezuelan youth. Another central characteristics related to the creative capacity from science, from art, from technology, from people's organization. We also have a deep spiritual sense of being and a sense of belonging.
Part of the spirituality of the Venezuelan people and the Venezuelan youth is this characteristic of this generation to overcome difficulties and to, with lots of happiness and joy, as Mario Benedetti would say, our poet, to raise the banners of joy as a generation. Another characteristic is that our generation is an anti imperialistic generation that recognizes the threats against our homeland, and it's a productive and solidary generation that knows how to work for the common welfare. It's a generation that is a result of the historical struggles of the Venezuelan people, of the historical struggles of the students, and the struggle against the blockade, and all the banners that have been raised on behalf of the peace of the Venezuelan people and the Bolivarian values that they have inherited. While Gen Z is promoted as an element of the market, the bright generation, or the genius generation, is promoting the future. With Gen Z talks about algorithm, virality, genial generation talks about solid identity, about roots of history, about what community means, because in your identity is where you find the most important value of the Venezuelan youth. While Gen Z talks about rejection against real politics, but is filled with hyper politicization, very shallow politicization in the social media. Our generation promotes purpose to transform reality from within, from the real processes of change as entities of change that the youngsters are, while Gen Z promotes rebelliousnness used by campaigns against the far right wing in our continent and around the world. We, as a bright generation, promote consensus again around consensus peace around sovereignty and peace. So this is a contrast between the vision that our president Nicolás Maduro has had on how he calls upon the Venezuelan youth and the values that today comprise this generation that is earning medals in sports competitions, that is bringing joy to our country in different artistic spaces and cultural spaces. We also won in science an international award in robotics, because this is a generation that understands that in their hands, because they have been overstimulated through social media with now artificial intelligence. It's a generation that understands that in their hands is the transformation, the possibility of the transformation of our country. How they turn the youth against against the left wing. Well, there's the influence of the American think tanks. There's an insatisfaction manual, so that there's no way that our youth can propose for their futures, and to try for them to not trust the others and be able to then create the transformations that they need in their surroundings. They promote anti-communism without reading, without historical understanding. And so the question that we have been asked by our president Nicolás Maduro is whether we are a generation that has been designed to attack a country, or whether we are the generation willing to construct a country. And that is the call that we have received from the calling that we have received from President Maduro through different ways, and many of you have been able to know the different experiences of what we are building in Venezuela. For example, the Venezuela Joven mission. We have its president here, Genesis, and we have different axes of work for Venezuelan youth, and the president has created in the priority agenda an axis for the attention of the youth, a comprehensive comprehensive help to the youth. So the challenges that Venezuelan youth faces are many, and we call upon the youth of the world and the youth of Venezuela to present those challenges. First, that youth is the one that is within the combat for common sense. So that is why we need to strengthen critical thinking. It's fundamental that we can dismantle important ideas so that we can understand the labels that were being imposed, and we need to promote critical thinking. That is why this is a permanent task, the promotion of critical thinking. And this is a question that I ask for all of you, how to do that. In other terms, we need to appropriate technology with sovereignty, and in that debate we say we need to create content through social media, through communication media outlets, create software, create new narratives and new free platforms that truly combat the algorithm and combat the oppression forms that they want to impose on us from digital media. Not leave the ideas of the youth on the hands of the corporations or on the control of the corporations, and we go from resistance to offensive and take a step forward to propose as youth of the world what's next for the future, to defeat the algorithm and defeat imperialism, American imperialism, which is the true um, threat against mankind. In our pending tasks, we have to defend peace and identity. We already mentioned identity is the base of the revolution, the base of the transformation of our people. And to build the future is, of course, the pending tasks, the pending task and the debate that we need to construct. We need to create a roadmap that allows us to work in 2026 and in the upcoming years, because we are the ones in charge of opening new paths, continuing the efforts so that imperialism, as Blanca Eckhout said, in this dying phase that it is now, and that it's our generation, the one in charge of finally defeating the American empire. Youth must be aware, must be creative, must be at the spearhead, and must be defined in work in popular organization, and in no context and without any pretext we must accept others to define us, to manipulate us, as they try to do with this Gen Z label. They cannot define us, and if they cannot define us, they cannot manipulate us. We must define ourselves from our history, from our struggle, and from the own future that we are creating with our own hands. Lastly, the question that we want to leave for all of you in this table is, will we be a generation labeled as Gen Z to obey? Or are we the bright generation that is willing to transform mankind? Long live the youth of the world. Long live the men and women who never tire, who never surrender. Long live the free people of the world. Thank you, Grecia, for your ideas. We will now give the floor to Florencia Abrego. She is a journalist and a militant of the Rural Federation for Argentina, and she is part of the Continental Secretariat of ALBA Movimientos, ALBA Movements. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for the generosity of the people of Venezuela, who are always willing to generate these spaces for collective debate where we plan with future proposals, with a working plan. And for us, from our articulation, it is very important to be here, to be present within a context of threat, of deepening threat against the continent, and specifically of American imperialism against the glorious Venezuelan people. So first of all, I would like to thank you, because we know how hard it is to guarantee this type of activities, and for there to be so many delegates here, international delegates here, in a in such a context, it's not easy. So long live the Venezuelan people, and thank you. Well, my task before being journalist is to be militant, a militant. And when we were proposed to or invited to reflect on this issue of Gen Z and what role do communicators have, yesterday when we came to Caracas, I was talking with other people and I found several journalists. And so I prepared a document with several analysis elements that were discussed by Grecia already about the characterization of this generation, this Gen Z, as Gen Z, that are related to the issue of we don't have to conquer the youth, but we have to open the spaces so that we, from this youth that is building, that is looking to the future, that has a strategic project in our collective spaces, can allow them to so that we can open space for them. In that sense, I don't want for them to be called Gen Z, to be labeled Gen Z, because as Grecia said, we won't allow them to give us a label. That cannot define us because we are in constant movement and disputing the social movements, the organizations already exist, and we speak in this type of spaces to reflect and to create bridges that allows us to move forward. This generation is born within a context of crisis, and as I like to say this, it's born at a time where the think tanks are creating lack of hope. When we open our TikTok or Instagram, and especially those of us who work in communications are constantly working with our phone, with our computer, as if they were part of our body. It is already like my finger. My computer is always with me and my phone is always with me because we are running behind the news. And in that dynamic, sometimes we forget that the context of this despair that the think tanks are producing is created by the capitalist system, by the corporation. And it's a system that is decadent, that is at its almost at its end, but still has protagonism, still has power, especially with respect to the consumption of digital content that the youth is making. And so there's a whole machinery of discouraging messages. And I think that these elements need to be taken into account when we talk about this generation. And one of those is the work market. Where are we going as youth? Because this project of studying to have a better future seems to be slipping away. And another factor of the characterization of this generation is related to political and social issues. And in this sense, the lack of credibility that a sector has, and a sector that does not believe in the institutions, in the traditional parties, and traditional spaces, for example, like unions. So, this lack of registered work and formal work that then allows us to become part of a union, and we do not no longer believe that that is going to work, and that is the responsibility of the systems of the bourgeoisie democracy, that where these representative systems are rotting away. And I think this is an element that is important to bear in mind when we are characterizing this generation. And this generates a scenario and a channel where the anti-system speeches can go deeper through these think tanks. And there's a sector of the population that does not want to be added to a collective process and does not want to organize to defend work rights, for example. And I think that we need to take this into account. There's another central element that I want to mention, which is the issue of neoliberalism. This generation grew up, I'm a daughter of the 90s, and we grew up in an extreme crisis, and neoliberalism was very deep ingrained in us, and so we are thinking about our individual problems, and we are not thinking about collective ways out. And there's another issue which is related to the situation in the last 5 or 10 years, and is the advancement of fascism and the far right in the world. I believe that fascism offers simple answers and emotional answers. In Argentina, we see it clearly when we had the campaign for Milei. We analyzed with our partners in the movement the symptoms on how this was expressed within or presented within a candidacy um, process. And this was a person who said out loud that those who supported Kirchner needed to be murdered. He said it out loud with a microphone. So sometimes, or there's where we see the configuration or the creation of an enemy. And it seems that at the beginning people think, oh, this person is completely crazy. And Christina Kirchner, as a matter of fact, suffered an assassination attempt as a product of how these speeches are ingrained into our society, and people have a reaction against due to these speeches. And it's important that we think about this, that we think about the context in which this generation is growing up. Then I think that what is coming and what is happening is the communicational warfare. We saw this with the elections of Nicolás Maduro here in Venezuela, and how a media operation created a message in that the National Elections Council was creating a fraud. And so there were people requesting the polling registrations to a president that was elected by the Venezuelan people. So the ballots, they were requesting the ballots to be counted. And I think that the organizations, the people's communicators or popular communicators who are militant of these movements to defend the ideas of a socialist project, a project that works for social justice, and that one that is related to create a critical theory of these new platforms. I think that that is a task, an emergency task. We need to analyze, and sometimes the demand of the day-to-day tasks is so complex, because day-to-day we have things happen to us, we are workers, and sometimes we are running behind what is happening to others. And that is okay, but we also need to try to discuss this type of topics every day, to start to include these topics in our agendas, in our meetings, and also look for articulation with the university to rethink this communicational theory. That is a central task that will be defining the future, because these think tanks are not neutral. We realize that the platforms of TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, they operate constantly with algorithms that have been designed by companies that are behind them to prioritize content, to generate specific impacts, and especially to generate indignation and sadness. All of these feelings, and Grecia was talking about this, sometimes in the day-to-day life, we do not stop to solve the feelings that these things create, or that these social media outlets create on us. And I think that we need to start to identify and register that we need to manage emotions and since many of us grew up within the crisis, within a crisis context, and we didn't have the resources that we needed at some point, we need to find different ways to solve problems. And with respect to this, I think that we need to move forward with the second task. And Profe Pedro Santander from Chile has talked about this. It's the direct communication issue. We need to recover talking with people, talking to them directly, talking to the our partners in the movements. Of course, we need to dispute the digital field, because if we don't use it, others will. And it's a hard battle because the enemy is very large. The social movements do not have the capacity to sometimes wage that battle, but we have to create a small gap or a small break so that we can insert ourselves there. And but that is not all. We need to create or go back to direct communication, because there's a lots of access to screens now, but there's also a level of disconnection and a digital gap that is very large. Imagine, for example, in rural sectors where the peasants, for example, are illiterate, but they have a phone. And this happened during the pandemic. We saw families who couldn't help their sons and daughters because they could not read or write. And this is happening despite the fact that they have a screen available. So this is a battle that we need to wage. I think that as a second task, direct communication, talking to the people face to face, going to the neighborhoods, walking through our territories, not only to convince them of things, but to listen to them. It's very important. And I think that one of the elements, or the nicest elements that our work has, that our popular militants, that Commander Chavez taught us, every time that we see the documentaries and his videos, I love to see him walking about, because sometimes he couldn't even walk because people wanted to hug him, and that's why, because people recognize themselves in Chavez. And we need to go back to that way of communication, which is just getting close to the people and have some coffee and recognize each other. And as the third task, I think we need to start reviewing and analyzing the successful cases that we have in the left wing. Telesur, for example, which is a media outlet that's very successful here. And it's a successful case of communication. They have a full TV station broadcasting news 24/7. And they are still standing despite the coercive unilateral measures, despite the financing that to attack them. We see a left-wing media outlet that is focusing on the revolutionary processes of the region. So I believe that there we have also a task from our field as a journalist. I say this as to be fundamental. We cannot just say like, oh, Telesur is there. No, it is a very successful case of alternative communication. And at the beginning, it was a popular movement also. And we need to see what needs to be improved, what can we do, what can we copy. And I think that there are several examples here in Venezuela, like Iguana TV, and there are other media outlets, for example, in Argentina, like Barricada TV, which has been waging a very strong battle, and we were able to get a bill that allowed us to regulate the relation with the media outlets. And we need to see what needs to be improved. In the case of social media, there are digital outlets that are very good, and we need to take or make use of those tools and start creating, I don't know, a channel for continental distribution where we can circulate everything that our youth is doing in the continent. Our organizations are constantly generating initiatives, and we don't know how to popularize this information. And I think that we have a battle there. I would love to create a continental distribution system for news that is well channeled, well directed, and for us to have a clear path there. And for that, we need an alliance. And the last task that I'm going to mention is to move towards a front of organization and unity that is a very wide. We need unity, the unity of our field. We need to articulate our media outlets. Our media outlets need to be sharing what is being done in our organizations. There are thousands of stories to be told. And so if we're not able to create those frameworks of unity for the future, we will have a worse situation than the one that we have now. And this seems like a hopeless situation, but there's a percentage that does not surrender. So let us take those spaces. Let us create more articulation of the media outlets that we have. Let us integrate the youth in those communicational processes so that they can talk about their stories too. So those were the reflections that I wanted to make, and I wanted to thank you for the space. And then I hope that we can discuss and debate how we can continue characterizing this Z generation, even if we don't want to use the labels. Thank you very much.
Malay trash, you are the dictatorship. Thank you very much, Florencia. We will now give the floor to Kayla Esteves. She has a PhD in pedagogical sciences. She also has a postgraduate degree from Claxo. She is a researcher regarding the youth. She was also part of the pioneer organization Jose Marti, studied in the Youth Center of Cuba, member of the working group of childhood and youth from Claxo. Welcome. I will ask for your permission to stay here in the table. Can you hear me? What I wanted to say is to convey a greeting to the Venezuelan youth from the communist youth of Venezuela, of Cuba, sorry. We are 23.6% of the population in Cuba. The youth that was born under the economic blockade. So that's why I want to convey my greetings to the Venezuelan and Latin American youth. The direction of the youth of Cuba is now meeting, deciding how to accompany the government in its plans. And it is a Cuban youth that also supports Martí and Fidel. And today we talk about Bolivar, Chavez. These are wonderful men. And if the Cuban youth was born on the basis of Fidel's and Martí thoughts, we could say that we have a wonderful youth since 65 years ago that accompanies the idea of Maduro of being a wonderful generation. I would dare to ask some people what's the Gen Z, and probably some people would say the one that comes after Y, after X, because we must also talk about the 200 million children that don't know how to write or read, that are illiterate. They probably don't even know what generation they belong to. I would also ask that question to children that are homeless because of conflict, and they would probably tell me, I don't know if I am XYZ, but I am just a generation that's homeless. And we could then talk about the ones that are hungry, that suffer from the inequality systems of the world, of the children that grow up without a family, the over 15,000 that have been assassinated in the Gaza Strip. So, how can we ask them, which generation are you from? How many of you watched Frankenstein, the movie, the latest one that launched a month ago? If we remember today the story of Frankenstein, what would we say? It is the story of a creature that was created by a scientist that, when he saw it alive, abandoned it. So this could be the paradox of the creature Frankenstein and Gen Z. And let's think about the creator of Frankenstein, that ambitious scientist that wanted to use science to create a monster, and he just created a character that was abandoned. So let's think about the creature as the generation. Is the creature the monster, or was it the creator the monster, the societies that abandon their children and do not assist them? And let's think about the result. That creature today, a monster, and is now invisible. And let's think about this Gen Z that's not allowed to give their opinion, to participate, and that have had no possibility of defending or doing something for their places. They told me to talk about the characteristics of the youth, and I was against it because this is a contradictory issue in our youths, and we must talk about different types of youth because of how diverse and heterogeneous is, because of the amount of youth that are coexisting in the same space but study different things, have different characteristics, and they are being stigmatized within a box, labeled and sold in a mold. We must talk about a generation that as a whole is unequal and that thinks in a different manner. So giving them a stereotype will be fatal for each of them. So what's the main characteristics of the youth? To follow the orders of adults, or of looking for a group of equal members, and why should we allow such a world to give them a label and put a stereotype on their heads? So scholars that study populations or the youth today talk about a different characteristic of the youth, considering what we are criticizing today, because we are trying to also give them characteristics that are either individual or collective. So we're also making the same mistake. I think we must believe first that we must not stigmatize the youth to have a new language for Gen Z. This was born in Europe, and North Americans were against giving them this character until recently, in the last 2 decades, they decided that yes, they were going to stigmatize them. And before Gen Z, there were millennials. Maybe my eldest son is a millennial, and I think we must consider the context. So, the Venezuelan context, the Cuban context have a different way of seeing the generation, and there must be a proposal, an agreement. We have many challenges when talking about this youth. The greatest investment of our states must be to educate our youth in education for participation, for making them happy. We cannot have a young generation without being joyful, with a conviction implied in that joy, because it will foster its integration, its development. And then we must think about how states, the adult world, authorities, the parliament we're a part of, also think about how to transform their look towards the youth. So youngsters are no longer a subject that's a product of a system and then becomes part of a democratic participatory society with a participating power that's real. And if youngsters are not the one that are building at the same level of the adult world, the ones making the policies, we will never have the wonderful generation we're talking about. And I go back to Frankenstein. I go back to that wounded Frankenstein, because it is a youth that's wounded because of suffering. So, how do I integrate them to society? And how do I turn them into a wonderful man and woman that's part of our process? I think that's the main challenge. Next year, we will meet to have the World Festival of Youth and Students. At some point of 2026, we will do it, and Caracas must become the capital city of progressive youngsters. That's the wonderful youth, that beyond the system, they think about being good people, about social welfare, about being educated, being willing to transform to achieve their objectives. And then we come to a different question. Who is that generation of the future? Where are they? I love to say that the future is today and that it is amongst us. So we are already falling behind when creating codes, programs, regulations for the youth. How can we move forward, be a step forward in terms of the internet, of spaces for the youth, having an in-person space? And there's the dispute of the youth for the public spaces and being visible. And there's a dispute towards public spaces. So I think within that registration of the youth, we must think about the fact that they respond to specific context, that we must think about continental programs that will allow us to take the youth to the same place. Few days ago, they also launched a chill child's movie, Zootopia 2. It already has a box office of 556 million dollars. Have we ever asked any of those massive production houses if they can donate $1 per illiterate child? That's what the wonderful generation is about. We must think about a possible future, and we must not distinguish amongst each other. And there's a saying that it goes, the floor has, we have plain floor, but it has no levels. And that's the youth that has the capacity of transforming the most. And I would like to go back to Fidel once again. He told the Cuban youth, you must believe in yourselves. And President Diaz-Canel a year ago said, the youth is the most important part of our society. We must believe in the youth of the world, and we must think that they are the most important inhabitants of the earth. Thank you, Kayla. Now we're going to play a video that comes from Dario Kamal. He's a member of the Central Committee of the Youth of the Liberation Front of Mozambique.
Hi, greetings from Mozambique, from the heart of Africa, and those who gather in Caracas to affirm that no empire and no blockade will ever smother the voice of the peoples, Venezuela, Latin America, Asia, and so many peoples of the global south continue showing something that inspires the African youth. The courage that you have to defend the sovereignty, even at the hardest hours. We, the youth of the global south, were not born to be on our knees. We were born to support the sovereignty of our countries, our peoples with dignity, and to build a future where no empire can decide for us. What Venezuela is experiencing today, what many peoples of the world, Latin America, Asia, are suffering under the imperialism resounds in Mozambique and all over Africa. We feel in our own history what resisting means, rebuilding means, and continue working with hope. We are a generation that is not afraid to say our future will be shared, multipolar, and deeply humane. The youth of Africa, the youth of our America, the youth of our Asia has today a historical responsibility to transform indignation in proposals, memory in action, and sovereignty into a real project of development, integration, and dignity. And we're doing so in our communities, in our institutions, in our emergent diplomacy. I say to you today from Mozambique that the youth is not tomorrow. It's the energy that is transforming the world right now. We are the generation that cannot be sold, that does not surrender. We are the generation that raises to support Venezuela when they try to block it. and that embraces the peoples of Latin America, Africa, and Asia when they try to silence them, that defends the dignity of these peoples with vision. Our forces our force is in unity, our sovereignty in our memory, and our future in the cooperation between the peoples. Let our voice continue growing until no imperial power can ignore what we are, free peoples building a shared destiny. My name is Dario Kamal from Mozambique. I speak to you and I believe in the strength of the youth. Our mission is not small. It is to defend the sovereignty and to raise our voices, build build bridges between Latin America, Asia, Africa, and the peoples of the world. We are all called upon leading with decision, with courage, with values. Let no one tell us that destiny is written. We are the ones who write destiny with dignity, with unity, and with hopes. Brothers and sisters, thank you very much and greetings from Mozambique. Thank you very much, Dario Kamal from the Liberation Front of Mozambique. And we are now going to listen to Cleopas Mukumbe for the Namibia Democratic Youth to close this cycle and then go to give the floor to the rest of the audience. The video, please. Saludos.
Your dreams for peace, genuine prosperity, and freedom are shared by the people across the globe. I hereby say that up until the blockade, the inhuman blockade that was imposed on the people of Venezuela, the nation of Venezuela for many years, is lifted, the world is not free. I hereby stand in unwavering solidarity with the people of Venezuela in face of adversity. Your resilience, courage, and unwavering spirit, which continue to inspire the world at large. I recognize the challenges that you endure as a nation of Venezuela, be it economic hardship, political uncertainty, and social unrest. I hereby affirm my support, my commitment to your justice, absolute justice, to your dignity and human right for all the people of Venezuela. Let us continue to raise our voices together to support one another, and I mean genuine support, and to work towards a brighter future where every Venezuelan citizen can live with hope, absolute security, and opportunity in evidence. The people of Venezuela, you are not alone. We are with you. We are with you. We share your struggles as the people of Africa, as the people of the world, and our wish is that you attain your total independence. We are with you today and always as we continue to call hands off the people of Venezuela, hands off the President Maduro, hands off the people of Cuba, free the people of Sahara. We are with you, and good luck and all the best for the People International Assembly. Viva the people of Venezuela, viva. Lord President Maduro.
Gracias y que viva África.
Thank you. Long live Africa. We would like to thank the representative of Namibia. And with this, we close this table of the Bright Generation against the Gen Z label to give the floor to some of the reflections of our international guests. I would like to request that a microphone is given to them. So you have a maximum of 3 minutes to speak, please, so that we can all have time to speak. I remind you that we have the QR to submit your ideas. We give the floor to Melanie Mendez from Panama. And Aleida is back? Oh, yes, she's back. Okay, so then Aleida Guevara has the floor first. Hi. Welcome.
Sorry that I cannot stand up. There are some viruses going around in Cuba, and I am suffering from the aftermath. But I said I have to come because it is Venezuela. So, no matter what, here I am. So, I know in 3 minutes it's very hard to make any proposals. I'll try to be as brief as I can. I believe education is one of the most important aspects. We must approach our children, for example, with the first table that talks about migration. I think we have 3 types of migration. For example, we know there's people who do it because they would love to do it, then the ones because of war displacement, and then we have economy migration. So a good thing would be for our colleagues that have already talked and that have left their countries should go to their schools, to high schools, to the places where youngsters gather and tell their stories. How did they live in Venezuela? What was their real need to do so, and how was their life there, and how they were treated like animals to take them out of the country, so they can actually hear the truth firsthand. That's fundamental. That's why it is so necessary to communicate with other people. Chavez once said that where there was an autochthonous population, they would teach in Spanish and the indigenous language of that population. Are you complying with that? That will be fantastic. South America has a privilege that the Caribbean does not have. Our populations that were indigenous disappear quicker, and yours have resisted longer. I always say that I went to Nicaragua the last year of my career with professors, with nurses, and they would tell me, "Doctor, why are you there? You should be assisting a birth." And I didn't know what to do, but I ended up in 100 uh, deliveries. And then I went to Cotacachi with midwives from the Quichua indigenous people. I understood what giving birth actually is about. There was a woman that was at the beginning, Noeli Pocaterra, talking to Noeli is talking to life, to resistance, to the will of a whole people. The Guajira can be an example to follow because it does not belong to Venezuela nor Colombia. There's where we have the Guayú, and there should be no borders. The same with the Guarani populations in the south. It's the Cuban population, and we must end the borders with our autochthonous populations. We must take the new generations to get to know the reality. And we know many members of our youth have different levels of life. And that generation that we are educating in the universities must go to other parts of our peoples, of our countries, to know the realities of other segments of the population. Because solidarity must be forged in the first stages of life, otherwise, it will not work. And there's a book I have that's called Chavez, the Man That Walks, that wanders. And when he talked about his grandmother, his eyes would light up. And I once knew a youngster that had never listened to the music of Ali Primera, and my people is a singing people. However, he didn't know Ali Primera, and I remember Chavez sung two songs he had written to my father, and to I remember I sung a song by Victor Jara. He didn't know Victor Jara, and I thought he was my boyfriend when I was 13 because I was in love with him. Silvio Rodriguez sung in University of Havana with a generation that grew up listening to their fathers singing Silvio Rodriguez, and it united them and made them feel better, and that's what we can do through music. I must end with a song for Chavez. It is a beautiful song with beautiful lyrics. Stand up and look at the mountain. Where does the wind, sun, and water come from? You that can manage the curse of life and the flight of your soul. Stand up and look at your hands to grow up and embrace your brother. Together we'll go, united by blood. This is the time that can be tomorrow. Free us from those who dominate us through misery. Give us justice and bravery to combat. Clean like the fire and the cannon of my weapon. May your will be come true on earth. and go like the wind in the flower of the river with the cannon of my weapon. Stand up and look at your hands. To grow up and embrace your brother. Together we will go united in blood today and the day of our death. Amen. Thank you, Aleida. Thank you. Thank you for your joy and your militant words and the effort you are making to accompany us. We would like to welcome our Minister for the People's Power for Women, Mrs. Santaella. We will now give the floor to Melanie Mendez from Panama and then Sisiki Fofara from Mali.
This was an exceptional comment. My respects to the doctor. It is an honor for me to share with you this afternoon. I would like to share with you the current situation of the social Panamanian movement. This year we've had some strong struggles with the reform to our social security system, and this affected the youth because this was not a solidarity program. The government of Panama has added itself to the mechanism of lawfare against social movements, and that gives as a result a fellow from our movement who is detained at a maximum security prison, Jaime Caballero, without a trial. And also the workers of the unions the unions of the building industry are also related to this. Our president signed an MOU, and we have named this the treason to our homeland. He received 3 new military bases, but our people is resisting. We are we are the the ones who come after a very strong period from the Sandia movement and our movement from 1964, where our motto was only territory, one single banner, demanding that the Panamanian flag would be raised in the canal area. Diana Moran, Panamanian poet, said, "Be stubborn, be very stubborn." The Panamanian youth of the FAC party, and this was registered this year, and we are stubborn for a Panama, for all of us with a dignified life. I send my admiration to the Venezuelan people. The message is clear. Latin America and the Caribbean is a peace area. And when diplomacy fails, we have these spaces of the people's diplomacy, the people's power. I finish by saying, or by using a motto. Through the path of Federico Brito and Victoriano Lorenzo, we will prevail. Long live the peoples of the world. Thank you, Melanie. We would like to remind you that we have the QR code so that you can add all of your proposals. We now have the floor for Sidiki Fofana from Mali. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sidiki Fofana from Mali, and I am going to try to speak in Spanish. As President Mandela said, if you want to destroy a country, you don't need bombs. You just need to destroy education. That is what happens in Africa with neocolonialism. Our students who go to the north, they all stay there. And that is why we don't have enough doctors, because our people go to study to the US or France and they stay there. The links between Mali and Venezuela are many. Our Minister of Foreign Affairs was here in Venezuela not long ago, and there's a delegation of Mali here too. So Mali supports Venezuela in its struggle of liberation, just like Mali is struggling for its sovereignty. Greetings. Long live Africa. Thank you very much. And your hands together. Put your hands together for him, because they told him he needed to speak in Spanish, and he did. He did a huge effort for that. So we now give the floor to Paul Namir from the US, from Venezuela Solidarity Network, and then that's Toscano. Hi, I'm not young, but I was asked if I could share some words. I come from the Venezuela Solidarity Network of South America, from North America, Canada, and the US, and I wanted to convey a solidarity embrace to the brave people of Venezuela who are struggling for their sovereignty, for a dignified life. And I am very impressed. And this struggle is very inspiring, because the people here are at the forefront of the struggle against imperialism. I am very impressed by the awareness that many of you show. Blanca talked about the importance of knowing that this attack, the aggressions of my country against Venezuela, goes against not only Latin America, but also mankind as a whole. And it is a challenge for us to educate the North American people who live in capitalism. And it's that capitalism goes against their life. Imperialism is the largest threat to the survival of mankind. We have learned through many struggles in the US that the worst fear of our government and our elites is the people organized. If there are unions or groups of students at the universities, it doesn't matter. That is why we see how they go against the students who organize to demonstrate against the situation in Gaza, to demonstrate against Trump. And it's very important for our groups to try to involve the youth in the struggle. I always think that it is very interesting how the children in basic school and elementary school and daycare, how they have the values of sharing, of mutual respect, but as adults and between nations, we forget all of that. We need to call upon the youth or the youngsters to maintain those values, to extend those values of respect to the behavior between communities, between nations. In our group, we have a different group, the Democratic Socialists of America, and we want to create a formal exchange between youngsters in the United States and youngsters here in Venezuela. We hope that we can visibilize the voices and raising the voices of Venezuelans, and with the creation of this exchange, we can strengthen this common struggle against imperialism. Thank you very much.
Now we will give the floor to Mr. Glaxo from the Solidarity Platform with Palestine from Ecuador. Good evening, everyone. Fraternal greetings from Ecuador and from the international platform Solidarity with the Palestinian cause. In such harsh moments for humanity, but also great in terms of solidarity, I would like to summon the youth not only because of their age, but because of what they think, no matter their age. I would like to summon them to pay tribute honestly, deeply, in a revolutionary militant manner to the youth that in the Palestinian resistance are giving away their life and have become martyrs to avoid the extermination by Zionism so they're not robbed of their land. I would like to pay tribute from the Bolivarian revolutionary Venezuela that also has a great youth. By listening to that voice that has amazed me by Leida, that had to leave, that beautiful song by Victor Jara. I always tell my students at university that I learned about politics because of my father that taught me how to listen to music. And Ali Primera was one of the first singers to whom we pay tribute because of everything he taught me. And I talk about Ali Primera, Victor Jara, Silvio Rodriguez, and other great musicians that have emerged because one of the fundamental battles we must wage in order to build a wonderful generation is to face the alienating, insulting ways of thinking that attack the condition of women in the imperialist music industry. We want no more Shakira, Anuel, Bad Bunny, J Balvin. We want Ali Primera. We want a youth that sing to love, and the same goes to films. We talked about Frankenstein. We can talk about Pinocchio, about the productions or sisterhood nations that are struggling against imperialism, that have great spiritual and human quality. I would like to end by combating the values that the capitalist system was to impose. Because we have solidarity, spirituality, we cannot allow being defeated by imperialism, solid love amongst partners, friends, families, and our love towards the revolutionary struggle to transform the situations of injustice, inequality, and to face the vessels with which they want to invade sisterhood nations like Venezuela. Let's remember international delegates have 3 minutes to make their contributions. Then we have another representative from the US. Are you here? Thank you. My name is Ray, and I am a member of the anti-warfare organization and socialist organization of the Freedom Path. Thank you for giving me the floor. And I have a very poor Spanish.
We condemn Trump for his illegal actions in killing fisher folk in the Caribbean. Ah, okay. Okay. Condemn Trump for his illegal actions in killing innocent people in the Caribbean.
Condenamos a Trump por sus actos ilegales de asesinar a los pescadores en el Caribe.
We recognize the sovereignty of the Venezuelan people, and there's no way that we are going to let Trump come here and wage war on your people for oil.
Y reconocemos la soberanía de su gente, de Venezuela y su gente, y no hay manera que vamos a dejar que Trump viole la soberanía de la gente acá de Venezuela.
Laura.
Sí.
Y que robe su petróleo.
In America, this is already a deeply unpopular war. Nobody wants this war. 70% of Americans do not want this war.
Esta es una guerra totalmente impopular en Estados Unidos. El 70% de las personas rechazan esta guerra y no vamos a dejar que esta guerra impopular se realice acá en esta tierra.
The American people, many of them recognize that this is just like Iraq, this is just like Afghanistan, this is a fake excuse of these narco-terrorists to… yes. Lo siento.
La gente en Estados Unidos reconoce que esta es una guerra igual que pasó en Irak, igual que pasó en Afganistán, que son excusas, que son mentiras, que no tienen ninguna base en la realidad y no van a dejar que una mentira haga que se produzca una guerra acá en Venezuela.
For the longest time, people of America have heard lies from mainstream media, and now because of the genocide in Gaza, everybody is waking up to the fact that neither party represents them and that it is in fact the monopoly capitalists who are trying to exploit the rest of the world.
Okay. Okay. Los medios de comunicación en Estados Unidos están llenos de mentiras y por lo tanto esta situación que estamos confrontando de alguna manera se puede ver también dentro de este contexto de mentiras que engañan a la gente para que de alguna manera crean estas guerras, pero la gente ya no cree en las guerras, ya no cree en estas mentiras y por lo tanto está opuesta a esta situación de agresión contra Venezuela y América Latina.
The organizations that are represented in our delegation have been fighting in the United States.
Las personas que pertenecen a esta delegación han estado luchando en Estados Unidos.
The organization that I represent, FRSO, we have been in the fight. Like we were with the people leading the struggle when there was the George Floyd uprising in 2020.
Y nuestra organización, Organización Socialista Caminos de Libertad, estaba a la vanguardia de la lucha en Estados Unidos y, por ejemplo, fue la organización que estuvo a la vanguardia de las luchas cuando George Floyd fue asesinado en el 2020.
We have been fighting ICE raids and fighting the deployment of National Guard against citizens and kidnapping of people off the streets.
Y nosotros hemos estado en la lucha contra el despliegue de guardias nacionales en las calles y que están secuestrando a la gente, a los inmigrantes en cualquier parte de las ciudades, de las calles en nuestras ciudades.
And we have been building broad united front against the monopoly capitalists, and we have been in the struggle for Palestinian liberation in the streets.
También hemos estado en la lucha contra el capitalismo monopólico y estamos luchando también
And we are also in the streets fighting for Palestinian liberation.
y estamos también en las calles luchando por la liberación de Palestina.
There is a building movement unlike ever before and a recognition of who our real enemy is.
y estamos construyendo un movimiento que no tiene antecedentes en nuestro país y estamos consolidando una lucha que realmente refleja una nueva situación en el país.
So now, with Trump in power, people are angry, people are agitated, and we are gathering a lot of power in the streets, and we are here to learn from the Venezuelan people about what a democratic participatory government looks like and what defying the imperial powers looks like.
Y nosotros somos un pueblo que está arrecho y que está agitando en las calles y que está luchando en las calles por cambiar la sociedad. Y estamos aquí para aprender de Venezuela en qué consiste la democracia participativa y protagónica.
So we are here to show you we support PSUV and we support President Maduro.
Y nosotros apoyamos al PSV y apoyamos al presidente Maduro.
Viva
Thank you very
Venezuela.
much. Viva el pueblo noble de los Estados Unidos.
Eso.
Gracias.
Viva la
Bueno,
solidaridad.
Vamos con un saludo de nuestra ministra para el Poder Popular para la Mujer, prevenido Brand Woodward de Gran Bretaña, y con esto cerramos, de Reino Unido, perdón, y con esto cerramos entonces la jornada de hoy, tratando de darle una geometría de la participación. Ok, entonces viene Ben Woodward de la campaña para el desarme en Reino Unido. Blanca dijo al revés, póngase afuera. ¿Ah? Ben, it's your turn.
Hello.
You're welcome.
Hello,
Hola.
muchas gracias. Hey.
Mira.
Sorry, I think we need the second one working.
Hello.
I bring greetings today from Britain, from my organisation, the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, as well as my union, the Rail, Maritime and Transport Union of Great Britain, as well as the Communist Party of Britain.
Bueno, yo traigo saludos desde Reino Unido por parte de mi organización que enfoca en los desarmamientos de armamentos nucleares y también de los trabajadores del metro.
From all of these organizations, I am proud to say that myself and my brothers and sisters stand in solidarity with you, the people of Venezuela, in your struggle against the most brutal face of US empire and in your fight for peace, sovereignty, and peace and sovereignty. And we extend the same to our comrades in Cuba.
Entonces, es un honor representando todas estas organizaciones del Reino Unido, estando aquí en solidaridad con Venezuela, en estas agresiones del imperio de Estados Unidos, representando a nuestros hermanos y hermanas, y también extendamos este mismo solidaridad al pueblo de Cuba.
On the subject of the panel, I'm going to speak about the youth in my country. And the greatest point of pride, both in my organisation, the CND, and in the youth of Britain, is how we have led the country in our demonstrations in solidarity with the people of Palestine, inspired by their heroic resistance in Gaza.
Entonces voy a hablar mucho del desarrollo de nuestros jóvenes en mi país, del trabajo de mi organización, de organizando movilizaciones en solidaridad con Palestina, buscando inspiración de su propia resistencia allá en el Franja de Gaza.
No less than 35 times our people, led by the peace organisations, the social movements and by the youth, have closed down my city, London, with always more than 350,000, sometimes more than 1 million people. We have shut down the capital, the haven of international finance.
Entonces, como ha sido 35 veces que mi organización ha hecho grandes movilizaciones en la ciudad de Londres, haciendo bloques, utilizando más de 1 millón de personas así, haciendo un bloque contra el capital financiero.
Here, the youth has always led the way and has learned many lessons about anti-imperialism, about the nature of capital, about how our government is dragged around as dogs by US masters. And I think we can learn now to resist this for the benefit of the people of Palestine, for the people of Cuba, for the people of Venezuela. These are crucial lessons that we are developing very quickly in Britain.
Entonces tenemos el análisis muy claro, que todos nuestros esfuerzos que hacemos es todo por organizar y ser en solidaridad con Palestina, con Venezuela, con Cuba, y vemos que como nuestro gobierno en Reino Unido son unos lacayos, unos perros que están siendo dirigidos por el imperio de Estados Unidos. Entonces es importante que nosotros aprendamos la lección del antiimperialismo y de la anticolonialismo aquí en Venezuela para traerlo a nuestros jóvenes y el desarrollo de nuestros jóvenes allá en el Reino Unido.
In the spirit of the discussion, I must request from the young people of Venezuela, it is so clear that you are developing the science of defense in this thing of cognitive warfare that's going on in the digital space. I only ask that the youth of Venezuela can offer leadership in this way and help us develop a unity of message that should break through to our youth so we can offer more solidarity.
Entonces yo pido y solicito de los jóvenes de Venezuela ayudarnos en nuestro camino de desarrollo de nuestros jóvenes para ellos entender más la filosofía y el concepto antiimperialismo, del antideterminación de los pueblos, para que podamos desarrollar más jóvenes antiimperialistas dentro del Reino Unido.
Without further ado, I must reaffirm solidarity to the people of Venezuela, from the workers of Britain, from the youth of Britain. Victory to Venezuela, victory to Maduro. Thank you very much.
Entonces, mandándoles las palabras de los jóvenes del Reino Unido, de los trabajadores Reino Unido, yo expreso mucha victoria para Venezuela, mucha victoria para el presidente Nicolás Maduro.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
So we would like to thank Yelisa Sagdaella, our minister, and the microphone, please. Where's the microphone?
Well, dear brothers and sisters from our great America, dreamt by our liberator Simon Bolivar, on behalf of women that are at the vanguard in Venezuela, and we have taken the Bolivarian project as a life project, and the Bolivar project, which are the precious dreams of our whole America. I would like to thank you for your gratitude, your commitment, your solidarity with Venezuela. Today, Venezuela, through its expressions, it's a people that's always had open arms to welcome you, love you. It is a solidary people that today works through its streets. Also thank, as a Venezuelan, because I am a Chavista revolutionary woman, an anti-imperialist. And we have the Venezuelan project very clear, and that's why we will always remember Bolivar and Chavez. In these times, in this century, he used the sword of Bolivar, which has gone through the whole America. And each of you, brothers and sisters, are the ones that came to our homeland to tell the world that Venezuela is not alone, that Venezuela is within each of you. In order to be more human than our humanity, we must work with humanity in our hearts, and that's what you have done today. So thank you for your solidarity with our great homeland, and thanks to your support to a brave man, our commander Nicolás Maduro Moros, who is the child of Commander Chavez, and he lives within each and all of us. Today we have fisher women, aquacultures, peasants that are supporting us and have sent a Warao indigenous greeting. When we had the Fourth Republic, we were afraid of saying that we were an indigenous people because that indigenous people was excluded. But now, are you all okay? Yes, you are, because you are in Venezuela with open arms to all of you, and that's why we would like to tell you, brothers and sisters, thank you for supporting Venezuela and our president that's waging a hard battle from here, from Venezuela. The same way we defeated the Spaniard Empire, we are now going to defeat the US Empire, the gringos, and we have the right to determine our own destination, since we are one people, and the destination of Venezuela is the Bolivarian Revolutionary Project. That's what we have chosen. We are organizing ourselves, men and women, not only from the Socialist United Party of Venezuela. We are active members of the party, and we also have the president of the party, which is our president, and we are organizing ourselves in our communities, on the streets, in the barrios. And women represent 70% of the basis of organization of our party, and we are strengthening the people's power, giving more power to the people, the emancipated, freed people. And these women are freed, have been freed next to our people. We are at the basis, along with the committees of women in each of the commune councils, to make the dream of Commander Chavez a reality, who used to say, commune or nothing. These communes will be, and already are, the live expression of that dream. So welcome you all to this great, beautiful homeland, this solidary land that is embracing you as brothers and sisters. And with a single voice, we say once again, no to fascism, no to imperialism, no from the land of Bolivar. They installed themselves in the Caribbean. We are not afraid, we are organized. We have awareness of the historical moment Venezuela represents to the free peoples of the world. Long live free Venezuela, long live Palestine, long live the Caribbean, long live the peoples of our America. Long live Bolivar, long live Chavez, long live Nicolás. And long live the women of our homeland that are the heroes of our homeland that are present here today. Thank you, Minister. We will ask for 2 minutes more. One from the movement of fishermen and women. Only 2 minutes. You only have 2 minutes. And the comrade from the Argentinian Venezuelan movement. So you have 2 movements, 2 minutes each.
Thank you. On behalf of all the fishermen of our homeland, over 1,500 councils of fishermen and aquacultures who are all around the national territory. We would like to thank the 50 delegations of the sister nations who were part of this assembly, which started with this struggle and the attack against our fishermen, trying to intimidate us, trying to surrender our will to want to be independent and be sovereign. That is what Commander Chavez taught us. I'm gonna tell you something. 40 years ago, I couldn't read or write. 25 years ago, and after those years, look where I'm speaking. Because Commander Chavez gave me all the tools to visibilize the fishing industry, its struggles, its traditions, its culture, which is related to the roots, our cultural roots, and is a fundamental pillar for the struggle for the homeland, defeating the American Empire, the Gideon operation, with the fishermen of the homeland saying that we are here and they will not come through. Long live our homeland. Long live the fishermen. Long live the women who are part of our group. We would like to request for the struggle, the Tribune, the global network, to include the word of fishermen and fisherwomen, so that the struggle of the fishermen of the Caribbean, of the Pacific, the Atlantic, so that we are permanently heard, because we are people, because we are there to build the sovereignty and the food of this new world that depends on our efforts. From here, from Venezuela, we are not only standing in solidarity with all fishermen around the world, but also with what happens to the people of Gaza, to our people of the Sahara, and all those struggles. We are being awaited. We need to listen to the Venezuela and Argentina. Long live the homeland. I'm gonna try to not speak for long. Our proposal as communes is to foster brigades for the exchange of knowledge. And this must be done with the revolutionary governments like ours, with the communes, but it also must be for the confirmation of participatory spaces with the grassroots movements. These spaces are very good because we have the possibility to talk, but there's protocol in here. And what we want is to have that connection that we get at the hallway. In 2023, was in a brigade in solidarity with Cuba, and I went to walk to the streets because I wanted to see the day-to-day life of the Cubans, and that experience made me reconnect and love deeper Commander Chavez, because the people from Cuba used to say, well, when Commander Chavez comes here, we always have a coffee, because he leaves the area where Fidel is, or he escapes the protocol and he comes meet the people, and I had an encounter with that. And I say this as a youngster. They are attacking all the generations. The epistemological solitude, this disconnection, because we feel that politicians do not understand us, and that this is a consequence of the networks, of the social media, of this fragmentation. And with this, I speak with about all the different comments, what was said by Arriaza, by Grecia. We need to continue weaving those networks, not only at the highest protocol level. It can be done through video calls. But we need to have method. We need to be, for it to be done constantly, to be done at an organizational level, done with the governments that are progressive governments, but also with the social movements, to break that separation that is killing the social movements. Sometimes we are part of that sectarianism, because I always like to integrate, but I don't like this guy and I don't like this other guy. So let's try to meet, to gather. I would like to also thank you for your presence, to thank you for this encounter of ideas, of cultures, listening to people singing songs of Nestor Jara, but also Ali Primera at the same time. Ali Primera used to talk about a song that used to sing a song that was about getting together. This is a revolution that started before Chavez. Our struggle has been long, and it's a struggle where all the peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean meet and gather and embrace with love, and let this be your home. Well, put your hands together for this assembly. We declare this session adjourned.